We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control 4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles go through life.
We ask for a chance to fair.
We ask for a chance to spare.
Chance to equal our strife. Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers when winners go by.
Cheers when winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat me.
We can't beat me.
Who let the dogs out?
It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for tonight's matchup between the Highland Springs Springers out of Virginia and your Martinsburg Bulldogs as we welcome you into the pre-game show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. Dylan, the number one team in Virginia going up against the number one team in West Virginia. It's been the game that everybody's highlighted on the schedule all year long. What are you hoping to see tonight?
I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this. It's the two best teams in the two states right next to each other here. So I'm looking for a really just hard-fought game on both sides of the ball, all three phases of the game. I think this is going to be a really competitive matchup. This was a one-point game last year at Highland Springs. So here at Martinsburg, I expect a lot of the same. Obviously, the Bulldogs came out with the win last year, so they have that on their side. They got the road victory last year. So at home this year, you can hope for the same, but it's going to be tough for both teams to get a lot of things going and get what they want.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult because we all know Highland Springs searching for revenge tonight after that 26-25 victory last year when the first time these two teams met was. But Martinsburg wants to continue its perfect season, get to 4-0 and really just almost get into cruise control the rest of the season to hopefully hold on to the number one spot in AAA for West Virginia. But on the other side, led by Chris Martin for Highland Springs, they're 3-0 as well. Been absolutely dominant on both sides of the ball, really like to run the ball, but defensively It'll be difficult tonight for Martinsburg to really light up the scoreboard like they have so far this season, and I'll let you, Dylan, say that main reason.
Right. This Highland Springs team has only allowed 27 points in their 3 games, 9 points per game that they've been allowing from their defense. So it's going to be tough. So obviously this high-powered offense of Martinsburg is going to have to get a lot of things going. They've been scoring a lot of points too, Highland Springs has. So I think this is going to be a really tough matchup for both teams. This is why you put this game on the schedule. You go and face a team like this so that you give yourself a big test in the middle of the season so that when the playoffs come around, you've already faced some stiff competition that maybe you couldn't face in the rest of the schedule leading up to this. So that's why you put this on the schedule, to see how you match up.
I completely agree, and offensively, I think the passing game should continue to click tonight. Martinsburg, the past 2 weeks from Ezra Bajent, has had 5 touchdown passes, and each game in all 5 last week at Sharando, coming in the second quarter to 4 different receivers, Dylan. So Martinsburg spreading the wealth out, and then here and there we also see Murphy Clement finally, seems like about 1 play a game, really take control, and it doesn't matter where Martinsburg is on the field, he's going to find the end zone no matter what.
Right, it's hard to contain Murphy Clement for an entire game. We've seen that just once a game at least, he's been able to break out one of those big runs. And like you said, the passing game has been working great in both sides. Murphy Clement as the runner, Ezra Bajent as the passer. Like you said, it was Travis Bajent that made sure to mention to us on our Monday Night Mayhem show that not only was it 5 touchdowns in the first half, it was all in the second quarter. So, and he's been, again, spreading it out to all of his receivers, Jameer Hunter, Buzz Dover, and Cash Gideon, and the like. So this offense for the Bulldogs has been really, really good, and this is going to be their biggest test.
Before we take our first break, just want to let you know that the Fulton Walker Scholarship was established by his friends and family in 2016. In their first 5 years, they have provided 10 scholarships to graduating seniors from the Berkeley County Public School System. In 2023, a total of 4 Fulton Walker scholarships will be given, 1 for each Berkeley County high school. The scholarships are $1,250 each, and they would like you to please donate today on their website at FultonWalkerScholarshipClassic.com. We'll take our first break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you'll get today's check of the area schedule for other games around the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. The number 6 Hedgesville Eagles continue to stay hot as they're now 3-0 after last week's 28-14 win at East Fairmont. This week, however, will not be an easy task as number 3 Morgantown comes into Hedgesville looking to continue its perfect season and spoil Hedgesville's fun. Eagles head coach Matt Faircloth shared his thoughts on tonight's matchup between Hedgesville and Morgantown.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, I think this is a big game for our program, and I think the program 2 years ago, if you look at it, we were right around the same point. They were, going through some things there on the building process, so it's 2 teams undefeated from where we came 2 years ago. It's going to be a pretty good game. We know Morgantown's going to come in. They're big up front. They got a lot of guys that can fly around and make plays for them as well, and they're going to be coached well, and, for us, it's just going to be, this is what we wanted to do, set ourselves up, be 3-0, and go into a game that, can boost our program to another level.
Washington is still searching for win number 1 of the season after a 28-0 loss to Frankfort last week. Tonight, the Patriots are in Ashburn, Virginia, trying to upset the undefeated Independence Tigers. Washington head coach Glenn Simpson says his team's up for the challenge.
Well, they're a very talented team. They're talented and they're deep. They are as talented a football team as we will have faced at this point in the year. And so, all of the fundamentals, the things that we need to be exceptional at, we need to definitely have in play for us this year. Our blocking, we got to stay on blocks, we got to run our feet. When it comes to tackling, we got to stay on our feet, we got to tackle with our pads, be in good position to make a good tackle. These young men over at Independence, they're the type that will take a broken tackle and put it in the end zone.
Number 9 Musselman was able to find its way back into the win column last week with a 21-20 win at Jefferson. Musselman is now 2-1 overall and will play its 4th straight road game this week. This time, however, the Applemen travel out of state to take on the Sharando Warriors. Musselman head coach Brian Thomas says that the team needs to do exactly what they did last week, and that's
score more points. We just have to execute. We just have to come out and be smart. Whether we get up or whether we be behind. Either situation that we face, we just got to keep playing 4 quarters of football.
After the 21-20 loss last week at home against Musselman, the Jefferson Cougars are now 1-2 on the season, and tonight we'll head to Spring Mills to try and bounce back and beat the Cardinals. Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter said that his team needs to keep it clean when it comes to turnovers if they want to get a win tonight.
Hopefully, we can get back on track, get a victory this week. Spring Mills is an improving team. I've seen them over the last couple of years. Coach Sims is doing a great job over there. They're improving. Nice little downhill running game. They've got dual threat quarterback, defense flies around, gets after it. So, it's going to be an interesting contest this week. The game plan is just don't turn the ball over, get after defensively, tackle them, get them off the field, no penalties in crucial times of the game. Just try to play clean football. If we can play mistake-free football, I think we'll get a victory.
As for Spring Mills, they're now 2-1 and 14th in AAA after a 48-28 win last week against South Hagerstown. Cardinals head coach Josh Sims says that to beat Jefferson, you have to match speed with speed.
They seem like a Jefferson team. You watch them on film, just see talent, across the board. Their secondary, their receivers, their quarterbacks, they're going to have some of the more talented kids in the state. So, it's like I said, it's a Jefferson team like you usually see. You're going to definitely have to watch out for their speed. And it's one of those things where, defensively, one wrong step and with that type of speed, they're by you. So, we're going to have to, once again, play every play like it's the most important play and limit mistakes.
That was your check of the area schedule brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Once again, our matchup tonight is Highland Springs at Martinsburg. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldogs football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, as well as WRNR TV on YouTube. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop, as tonight's matchup features the Highland Springs Springers out of Virginia coming into the contest with a 3-0 record, and your Martinsburg Bulldogs, the number 1 team in West Virginia, also with a 3-0 record. As we'll now break down the opponent for Martinsburg tonight in Highland Springs, a team led by Christian Martin, a 6'4", 190-pound junior at the quarterback spot. He was the starter last year, Dylan, as well as a sophomore in that 26-25 win for Martinsburg. And this team in Highland Springs, number 1 in the state of Virginia, and they really like to pound the ball down the throats of their opponents, and that's exactly what they're trying to do tonight in the run game. And let's just look at some stats that they have so far this season.
Yeah, what we've seen so far from Highland Springs is they essentially get a ratio of run to pass of about 2 to 1. So for every two runs, you get 1 pass. So far, Christian Martin has thrown the ball 42 times for 24 completions. He's completing 2/3 of his passes, 67%. 420 yards and 5 touchdowns, no interceptions for Christian Martin. And then when you look in the running game, he's also leading the team in rushes. He's had 25 carries for 168 yards and 2 touchdowns through 3 games. Aziz Foster-Powell has had 24 carries for 169 yards and 2 touchdowns, so pretty even split there. And then you have Eli Williams, who's had 10 carries for 123 yards and a touchdown. So it's a big rushing attack from Highland Springs. Of course, we saw last year, this was a 1-point game at Highland Springs that the Bulldogs were able to get a victory with. So this is a team that's going to be tough. So far, they've been averaging 9 points a game allowed on defense. They came into the season and beat Chambers from Charlotte, North Carolina, 26-20. That was an away game for them. Then they went on the road to Manchester.
It's a 48-7 win in that one. And then last week against Prince George, a 63-0 win.
Right, so big production on both sides of the ball for them so far. Been averaging a lot of points, not giving up a lot. Obviously, they only gave up 20 in that game where they went to North Carolina there. So I think that it's going to be a really, really good game on both sides of the ball, no matter whether it's the Bulldogs offense or defense out on the field. I think Highland Springs is a very tough team. This is the number 1 team in 5A Virginia. So it's a tough task for the Bulldogs. But they got the win at Highland Springs last year. So you get this game on your home turf this time around.
As the crowd continues to pile in at Coburn Field, it will be a big crowd on hand tonight. At least that's what the expectation is for the blackout with some orange rally towels thrown out there as well. But defensively, just like Martinsburg, Highland Springs relies heavily on the defensive line in the battle of the trenches, trying to stop you immediately. And whenever I talked with Coach Lauren Johnson, who you'll hear from shortly in this W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, he says that they really like to rotate guys, and they are deep on that defensive line. And whenever you typically think rotate, you probably think maybe 6 to 8 guys. Now this 10 to 12 guys that we could possibly see and on that defensive line tonight for Highland Springs, going in and out to try and keep everybody as fresh as possible, Dylan. So if Martinsburg wants to establish the run, they're really going to have to do their best and stay conditioned, which it seems like they've been able to do because they've really dominated the second half against their opponents throughout the entire season. But I think tonight, especially, they'll have to do that.
That's a big advantage to have that many guys that can play defensive line, rotate in and out for your team. Because if you think about it, on the other side, you're going against offensive line that never subs out. Teams do not rotate in and out their offensive linemen. You got 5 guys that are there for the entire game. So when you can sub in and out 10 to 12 guys, that means that by the time we get to the third and fourth quarter, you're hoping that your guys are going to be absolutely incredibly more fresh than the offensive linemen that they're going up against and the guys, the skill position players that they have to chase down on offense. So that's a huge advantage for Highland Springs to have that sort of depth on the defensive line of all places, because you can rotate in and out receivers and running backs, tight ends, even quarterbacks like Martinsburg does, but you do not really see any team on any level of football rotate in and out offensive linemen.
Yeah, and the only time it seems like it is whenever there's an injury. So
Right.
hopefully that doesn't happen tonight as well. But now we'll take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from the Highland Springs head coach and Lauren Johnson. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We'd like to welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame shows. It's now time for the coaches' pregame interviews, brought to you by Parsons Ford off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons is now joined by the head coach of the Highland Springs football team, and Coach Johnson. And Coach Johnson, welcome into the pregame show. Your team playing pretty good football right now, 3-0 on the season. What have you liked from them so far?
Colin, I will say this. The number one thing I like from my team is just our team chemistry and team camaraderie. At this point in time, I felt like a couple of years ago, COVID took that away from us, and we're big on our culture and big on developing culture at our program. So we've had an opportunity to have what we have considered in the football world a normal off-season. And because we've had a normal off-season, man, our kids are gelling together and playing some really good football at this point in time.
And the storyline a lot of people are wanting to put on this is the number one team in Virginia being your team going up against the number one team in West Virginia. What's it been like for you guys having this game scheduled now?
Well, I think when we first looked at this 2 or 3 years ago, we felt like it would be a great matchup and an opportunity for what some people consider titans clashing on the football field on a Friday evening. I tell you this, I think, with the states neighboring and being so close, definitely at different points in the state, they're closer than others. It's just an opportunity to play a quality opponent. They're looking for quality opponents. We're looking for quality opponents. I don't think either of us doubted the fact that this would be a very important game to each and every program or each and every person affiliated with the program. So it's just an opportunity for us to grow and play some of the best talent in our footprint in our region.
What's the game plan for your team to get a win against Martinsburg this week?
Well, we got to be disciplined. I mean, they're a very disciplined football team. We want to be able to run the football. We were able to do so at times, but we also want to be able to stop the run. Last year, they had some long runs that we wanted to negate, get those out of the way, and we feel like if we can do some of those things, we could be in good shot or good position to win the ball game. We were there last year, and it was very, very tight. But they came out with the victory, and we understand that. But, those things are essential to any football game at any football, program or anybody that's going to try to win a game. You got to be able to run the ball. You got to be able to stop the run. So these are some of the things that we're going to hang our hat on and see if we can get it done this weekend.
What is your scouting report for Martinsburg? What have you seen that you're hoping to neutralize or stop?
Definitely, you got to be able to stop them from running the ball. But the quarterback does a phenomenal job getting the ball to his playmakers, and they have a ton of them, guys that are all over the football field that can do a lot of things for them. We know the offensive line and defensive line are healthy now. We know that those guys are going to play extremely well. We look for a good, solid program. We look for a good, solid football team to come out and just be disciplined and win. We know they win a lot of games. We know they've played in several state championships, and the only thing that stopped them from winning a state championship in the last couple of years has been COVID. So we know the football team is great, and we're just looking to be able to perform and compete with them this Friday night.
Who are some players that we should watch out for this week?
Well, I guess it starts for us with the guy that's calling the plays and pulling the trigger, Christian Martin. He's a junior. He's played last year in this football game. He's grown by leaps and bounds, maturity, and his ability to execute the play when we need him to. Up front, we have some guys that are coming back that are, again, excited and have grown and matured. Terrell Jones, Raekwon Taylor, one of our tackles. And then, that big guy at the right tackle, Takai Alexander, he's done a phenomenal job as well. And then, our receivers. We are very excited about what our receiving core can do on the offensive side of the ball. Takai Heath, Noah Jenkins, Jakari Henley, those guys have showed up big here in the last 3 weeks. So we're excited about what those guys can do. On the defense side of the ball, it's just been a team effort. It's been a great team effort, starting with, the defensive back, all the returners. All of them had a lot of playing experience last year. Braylon Johnson, Ian Wynn, Tamondre Braxton, guys that we look forward to kind of be out there on the island when they do their RPO stuff and just kind of make plays. At the linebacker position, we're young and youthful, but those guys all have experience. Brennan Johnson has played for us and played a lot of snaps, so we're excited about his leadership and his ability to be out there and make plays. He did not play in this game last year, so this will be new to him, but it's not new for him to play in big environments. So we're excited about the possibilities. And then up front, we're in a unique situation. We got about 10 to 12 defensive linemen that can play at any time during the game. But, the leader of the group is Miles Green, UVA commit, and he's going to do a great job for us this year. In this game and other games, we're excited about him. So he does a phenomenal job. But the guy opposite of him, Malik Morrow, does the same thing. So, in terms of our football team on the offensive and defensive phases, we're solid. We feel comfortable about where our guys are. And then in the kicking game, we got some guys that have stepped up and that are competing and doing a phenomenal job that make us better in that phase as well and better than what we were last year.
Alrighty, thank you, Coach Johnson, and good luck tonight.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys, and thank you for having us here.
All right, take care, Coach. As we'll continue the pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems. Next, you're tuned into Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Goldilocks.
Brr, this place was like too cold. They must have a heat pump. Whatever. It's like too hot in this house. They must have a wood stove or something. Ew, I'm like sweating. This house is like just right.
Call Roach Energy at 304-263-3329 for warm propane and heating oil that's just right.
CMA Honda of Winchester understands supply chain issues in the automotive industry that has significantly reduced dealer inventories of new cars. That's why we have launched Drive More Days now through September 5th. CMA is already committed to never charging over a sticker for our new vehicles, but now, during this special Drive More Days event, customers will also receive a $500 gas card with purchase of a used vehicle. Go buy your used vehicles now at CMA Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 as we continue the pregame show for tonight's matchup between Highland Springs and your Martinsburg Bulldogs. As we get ready to talk about the Martinsburg Bulldogs, just wanted to let you know that the Martinsburg High School Bulldog football team, coaches, and boosters would like to thank Cracker Barrel in Martinsburg for providing all the meals for our 14 Thursday night team dinners. That's 120 meals per dinner. Thank you for supporting the Bulldogs. Dylan, I know you're a substitute teacher. You think you can do the quick math of 14 times 20? If not, it's all right. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
It's 280, Colin. I got the quick math there. So
14 times 120?
120. Wow.
I was like, there might be a couple more zeros there, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We'll figure it out, or somebody will. But that's just to put in perspective how many meals Cracker Barrel has provided Martinsburg as they leave the field. But somebody that we want to talk about that is back tonight and dressed and will be in at left tackle for Martinsburg, Dylan, is E.J. Hendricks, the 6'1", 230-pound junior who has been out for all season, is finally back in the starting lineup, it seemed like, during warm-ups tonight, and that is a huge plus on both sides of the ball on that front line.
1,680 meals, by the way, Colin. But yeah, E.J. Hendricks back in the lineup is big on both sides of the ball. It gives you another lineman that you can go to. Obviously, we've talked about how Martinsburg has had a great defensive line so far in these 3 first games of the year. They've been giving up 28 rushing yards per game, Colin. And if you put that's 86 total. And if you look at the totals here that we have, that's been on 94 rushing attempts by the other teams. Now, obviously, some of this net lost rushing yards is on sacks. But when you put it all together, teams are getting a net of negative yardage when they run the ball against Martinsburg so far this year. 94 carries, 86 net yards on the ground. So adding E.J. Hendricks back into that mix just makes it all that more difficult. It gives you the depth that we talked about on the Highland Springs side, gives you a little more that you can rotate. At least have another guy you can trust out there rotating in and out. So that's big on both sides of the ball. Obviously, if it looks like, from what we saw in warm-ups, he's going to be back in at left tackle, protecting the blind side of Ezra Bajan when he drops back the pass, leading out there with the blocking for Murphy Clement when he runs the ball, or whoever it may be running the ball. It might be Zion Grantham, might be Eric King, might be A.J. Harrison. So that's a big, big addition. This is the game that he wanted to be back for, and here he is out on the field. We saw him.
As we'll break down now offensively for Martinsburg. So far, they've outscored their opponents 159 to 47, which means that Martinsburg averages 53 points per game, and the opponents average just over 15 2/3 per game. So Martinsburg wanting to light up the scoreboard tonight, and I think what they need to do is score early, because in the first quarter, that's been the lowest scoring quarter for Martinsburg all season. It's really been the second and the fourth quarters that they really like to light up the scoreboard. But Ezra Bajan, in the past 2 games, I mentioned it earlier, has thrown 5 touchdown passes in each of those 2 games, and then the one in the first game of the season against Salem means 11 total in 3 games for Ezra. And I think he needs to have a big night tonight again and lead this offense and the Bulldogs entirely to victory.
Yeah, he got off to kind of a slow start, just like the team in general did in that first game, first half against Salem. But since then, Ezra has been locked in. He's been incredibly efficient in these last 2 games. He's had more touchdowns than incompletions, giving himself a 66% completion percentage on the year, 715 yards, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception on the year. So Ezra's been passing the ball incredibly well. He's been doing it to a lot of different receivers too. Jameer Hunter has 273 yards on 10 catches, 5 touchdowns. That means every other catch for Jameer Hunter has been a touchdown so far this year, and it's been 27 yards per reception. Then you look at Buzz Dover, who has 13 catches for 230 yards and 2 touchdowns on the year. He's been averaging almost 18 yards per catch. So, and then you got guys like Zion Grantham, Cash Gideon, Sarad Musgrove that they've been passing the ball, spreading it out to. So the passing game has been great. And then, of course, Murphy Clement running the ball. He's had those big touchdowns, 98-yarder against Musselman, the 70-yarder against Salem, and he's the best athlete on the field on pretty much any game that he plays. Now, if there's any game that might not be the case, it might be tonight against a team as good as Highland Springs, but still, Murphy Clement is an incredible athlete that the Bulldogs have to offer, who can run the ball and get things going on the ground.
Alrighty, let's take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from Martinsburg head coach Britt Sherman, as well as 2 players from the Martinsburg Bulldogs in Cam Shallis and Sarad Musgrove. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
We'll welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, as it's now time for the In the End Zone segment, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. Off 1400 Shepherdstown Road, they became number one by making you number one first. Go to parsonsford.com for more. So I'm now joined by Britt Sherman, the head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Coach Sherman, a big win last week on the road. What'd you like from your team in that win?
I think we played well again in the second half and, put up a lot of points and, played pretty well defensively. Gave up that first drive of the second half, but settled in after that and played really well.
What are some improvements that you would like to see offensively and defensively from your team this week?
I thought we've been kind of sloppy the last couple of weeks, with blocks and definitely some penalties and things like that. So we've been just trying to focus on cleaning up the sloppy play and focusing more on not having those penalties.
What are some of the things in practice that you have your team do to make sure to focus in on those key aspects?
Well, every day in individuals we work on penalty work, and then we just do fundamentals every week. We do, a tackling circuit. We do a ball security circuit every week. So, we are back to the basics pretty much every week with these guys. And just, with high school kids, you can't assume anything. So you always have to work those fundamentals.
This week, a tough task, this time at home against Highland Springs, number one team in Virginia, going up against you guys. What have you seen from the Springers that you're game planning against?
Well, they're excellent all the way around. You guys are going to see a team that's got speed. They're probably going to roll off the bus and have the fastest kids in West Virginia as soon as they step on the ground down here. And so, with that speed, you really got to plan for it and try to eliminate it as much as possible, but they also have great size and they do things that teams that we've played here in the last 3 weeks haven't done. So we've got to be super prepared and mentally ready to go and physically ready, and we have to play pretty much a perfect game.
I asked Coach Johnson this. I'll ask you it as well. What is it like having a program with their caliber on the schedule year in and year out now?
Well, I think it's great. It's one of those things that we always, our motto is get better every single day, and that's for the program too. And to be able to play teams like Highland Springs, they say if it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you. So, we're trying to, challenge ourselves as much as possible, and I think playing this game, win or lose, will only make us better as the season goes on.
So you mentioned the speed and the size of Highland Springs. What does your team need to key in on then offensively and defensively in the game to get a win?
Well, we've got to focus on being able to put drives together offensively and not just big plays, because, when we break free against some teams, we're able to, have big plays and score. These guys are going to run with us. They're going to be able to run us down some, and, a 60-yard gain against these guys sometimes turn into a 10-yard gain. But then it's the same way on the other side of the ball. If we don't make them reset their feet in the backfield, if we don't rally to the ball, one of those guys get loose, and a 20-yard play against someone else could turn into a 90-yard run against these guys, because it's just, they make you pay with their speed and their size and just the things that they do. They'll make you pay if you make mistakes.
We talked with Sherrod Musgrove as well as Cam Shallis, and you'll hear from that later on in this pregame show, but just want to speak or have you speak on what you've seen from them growing-wise this year.
Well, like Cam's solid. He's been our leader the last 2 years, leading tackler on defense, and just a great kid, tough kid, played through injuries, and you know, he's just an exceptional athlete and a great student. And Siraj's a kid that he's had talent for a long time, and you know, he's finally, you know, kind of growing into it a little bit and doing an exceptional job for us. I knew back in the spring that he was going to be a really good returner for us, but he's come along and learned the offense and has played really well at receiver for us now too.
All right, what are your final thoughts, Coach?
Just come to Martinsburg, and hopefully we get a great crowd, and it'll be a great home game for us here at Coburn Field.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you.
As this was the In the End Zone segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, and we'll be back for more on the pregame show after this. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ollie's VIP Northside is the best local spot to catch all of your favorite high school, college, and pro sports, or to hang out with friends. Ollie's has a great beer and cocktail menu, along with a food menu that will blow you away. Ollie's offers multiple TVs to watch the game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio with cornhole and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP Northside. We'll see you for the game.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, as it's now time to go in the huddle, brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can locate them at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg, or phone them at 304-263-4343, as I'm now joined by Cam Shallis of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And Cam, another impressive performance for you in the win against Sharando last week. How have you improved from week 1 up until now?
I think personally, I've just been trying to get the play calls down as far as offense. I've been playing a bigger role on offense and getting my reads down. I mean, as the season goes on and on, you get a better feel for pooling and what offenses try to do. So I've been working on that.
And how has the team grown as well?
We're working hard to get a real family bond. I mean, I've said every time that I've been on here that the family has been such a big part of this season and our success, and we've been really working on that, trying to get things going.
This week you guys take on a tough Highland Springs team tonight. What have you seen from them?
I mean, they're a really good team. I mean, anybody can see that. They got lots of athletes, lots of talent out there, but they also are very structured, and they do well together. So I mean, we gotta come out there and we gotta be ready for what they're gonna throw at us.
What's your assignment for the game tonight?
My assignment, I got a run stopper. As a linebacker, it's always a run stopper. I'm gonna have a role on offense as well. Gotta get my blocks down. But as far as just blocks and stopping the run, for sure.
What can we expect to do in the game?
I don't really talk too much about expectations for games. I go out there, try my best every week, and hopefully we come out victorious.
Any, I guess, goals or anything for you?
Try not to get distracted, by the way, from Coach Lynn.
No, that's all good.
He tried.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as a leader of the defense, I want to lead the defense in tackles. As far also going along with that, I also want to make sure everybody sticks together defensively. I mean, it's going to be a big game. It's going to be packed. There's going to be people cheering for us. There's going to be people cheering against us. So keeping us together as a unit is going to be a big task for me, and definitely a big goal.
Alrighty, anything else, Cam?
No, sir. I think that's it. Go Dogs.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As we're now joined in the huddle by Sirad Musgrove. Sirad, a great game for you last week as well. What were your thoughts on it, and how do you think you did?
I think I did okay. There's still more to, learn, and you get better each day.
What have you been trying to improve on from week 1 up until now?
I say my speed, my endurance, that's about it.
What have you liked so far from the team?
Everything. It's a family, If you don't got it, they'll do it for you. They can get it for you.
What are some of the things that you guys have been working on this week in practice?
We got little formations, but can't really put that out there like that.
So you got some WVU gloves on. Getting any looks yet from there? Wanting to, hopefully?
Yeah, hopefully. It's going.
This week, going up against Highland Springs, what have you seen from them?
Well, seeing they're one of the better teams, It got a few athletes, but with the Berg, we have a good bit of athletes too, so it's just going to come down to who wants it more.
What are your goals that you have for yourself this week and for the rest of the season?
Well, I would like for no balls to be caught on me from here on out. No. My team do good, get in the end zone good bit.
And to do that, obviously, you got to have some competition in practice. Who's some of the competition that you always want to go up against?
Braden Mott, he's been a good on scout team. He's the one that's giving us that good look right now.
All right, anything else, man?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As this was the In the Huddle segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show brought to you by the Mirius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors. We'll be back for more of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this, you're tuned into Martinsburg football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch! The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
When it comes to breast cancer, early detection is the key. During October, WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center will offer 3D mammogram screening clinics to women 40 and older on Saturdays at our women's imaging centers in Ranson and Spring Mills for just $60. This discounted fee helps patients who haven't met their deductible, whose insurance doesn't include one with an annual exam, or for those with no insurance. Schedule your discounted 3D mammogram today. Call WVU Medicine at 1-844-802-2734, option 2.
Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WRNR.
and TV 10 for tonight's matchup between Highland Springs and the Martinsburg Bulldogs. As let's now get into your starting lineups, brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. Starting on the offensive side for Highland Springs. Oh, nope. We're going to keep it here, though. I'll get to the starting lineups, but right now we'll send it down to the field for the Martinsburg High School Marching Band with today's national anthem. As the national anthem concludes from the Martinsburg High School Marching Band, apologize for a little bit of the technical audio issues, but let's now get into tonight's starting lineups brought to you by Jambo Construction LLC. For Highland Springs on the offensive side, quarterback Christian Martin, running back Aziz Foster Powell, wide receivers are Karan Ferguson, Takai Keith, Braylon Johnson, and Jakai Henley. And on your offensive line for Highland Springs, it's Raekwon Taylor, Marshawn Harris, Damari Lassiter, Terrell Jones, and Takai Alexander. The starters on the defense for the Springers, the left end, Miles Green, right end is Malik Morrow, and your defensive tackles are Frank Coleman and Alonzo James. Linebackers are Darius Terrell and Brennan Johnson, and at the nickel position, it's Lance Nelson Jr. Your corners are Braylon Johnson and Calvion Bailey. Your safeties are Tamondre Braxton and Ian Wynn. For Martinsburg, the offensive starters are Ezra Bajent, Zion Grantham. Your wide receivers are Buzz Dover, Sarad Musgrove, Cash Gideon, and Jameer Hunter. Your offensive line is Peyton Kaufman, LaDanian Weller, Aiden Fleming, Rashad Reed, Wes Hancock, as well as E.J. Hendricks and Xerxes Yancey to be going in and out. Defensively, you got on the defensive line Aiden Fleming, Rashad Reed, Wes Hancock, Xerxes Yancey. Linebackers are Cam Chalice and Jimmy Harden, as well as Cash Gideon and Dominic Brinkley, Braden Herring. Your safeties are Murphy Clement and Malachi Williams, and the corners will be Avion Blackwood, Buzz Dover, Sherrod Musgrove, and Jameer Hunter. Those are tonight's starting lineups for both sides as we get ready now for today's starting officials. And for tonight's officiating crew, let's send it down to Spencer Dupuis.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, down here on the sideline with the officials tonight. Full set of officials. The referee tonight is Joseph Cox Jr. The umpire tonight is John Jones. The line judge, Tyler Martin. The linesman, Jim Pearson. And the back judge tonight, Jacob Shook. Back up to you, Colin. Should be a great atmosphere tonight here at Coburn Field.
Thank you, Spencer. I agree, as your intro of game officials are brought to you by Brown Funeral Homes and Cremation, Robert Fields & Sons, family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. Let's now get into tonight's keys to the game. The key to your next car is brought to you by the Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Spencer rides with them, so you should too. Dylan, what are your keys to the game?
We'll start with Martinsburg, and I think one of the big things that they're going to have to do is control the line of scrimmage on defense. They've been a lights out defensive line so far, and they're going to need to continue to do that against this team like Highland Springs. Number 2, protect your quarterback. You're going to need to make sure Ezra Bajent has time to throw. Murphy Clement has those lanes to run on both sides of the ball. And thirdly, tempo. We talked about it. Highland Springs has that big rotation of defensive linemen. If you can use the no huddle to your advantage, you can't allow Highland Springs to get in those substitutions. And on the Highland Springs side, keep the ball in front of you. We've seen Jameer Hunter have an incredible big play ability, taking the top off the defense. You got to get rid of those opportunities for Martinsburg. And finally, I would say get out wide and quick. Quick passes to avoid that defensive line of the Bulldogs.
As both sides' team captains will head out to midfield tonight for Martinsburg. It's Cam Shallis, Ezra Bajent, Nook Houston, as well as Jaden Kidrick. Martinsburg with the black helmets and the white State of West Virginia on each side, with the orange block M in the center on the helmets. All black uniforms for the Bulldogs as well, with orange numerals and letters. As for Highland Springs, black helmets with a black logo on each side, white jersey on the top with black numerals and letters on the front and back, and black pants with a gold Nike swoosh on the side. As they meet at the 50-yard line, we'll wait, see who wins the coin toss, and wait for both teams to come out onto the field as well. And then after that, we'll take a 1-minute break back at the studio to get in our sponsors as the Martinsburg Bulldogs take the field for tonight's matchup against Highland Springs. And at the same time, Highland Springs will do so as well. We wait for the coin toss to be officially announced, and then right after that go into a 1-minute break for our sponsor video. So we wait. The head official shows the coin to both sides, and Highland Springs will run onto the field on the far side as well, waiting for the coin toss at the 50-yard line. Looks like Martinsburg won the toss, and Cam Shallis selected to believed to defer to the second half. We'll double check as Martinsburg will defend the left side. Highland Springs will defend the right. Highland Springs deferred, actually, so Martinsburg will get the kickoff. Let's take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Marius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Farm Market, family-owned, family-grown. Happiness grows here at Orr's Farm Market, located at 682 Fort Drive in Martinsburg, as we get ready for a kickoff between the Bulldogs and the Highland Springs Springers. Highland Springs deferred to the second half, so they'll be the ones kicking off from right to left. Back to return is Jameer Hunter, and it's a short kick, scooped up by Buzz Dover at the 30-yard line on the near side, cuts towards the sideline of Martinsburg and pushed out of bounds at the 45-yard line of the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 to start things off with 11:56 to go in the first quarter. Great field position for the Bulldogs as the offense goes out, led by Ezra Bajent, the senior quarterback.
It was a tough line drive to receive there by Buzz Dover. He came right in there. It was the squib kick that flew right into his chest.
First and 10, Martinsburg, ball on the 45-yard line as they switch balls for the offense of Martinsburg. Bajent, pistol formation, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near fullback to his left, running back behind him. Bajent hands the ball off to Murphy Clement, who's in at running back. He's going to gain 7 yards up the middle before being tripped up to bring up 2nd and 3. So the first time this season we see Murphy Clement in at running back alongside Ezra Bajent as they kind of hype each other up after that first play.
That's big. That's how big this game is. You can see they have both the guys out on the field here.
It's Cam Chalice, the one in at fullback to lead block for Murphy on that play. He's lined up to the left of Ezra. 2 receivers on the far, 1 to the near. High snap. Again, hand off to Clement. Jukes past the tackler. Goes forward and is just shy of a first down on the 46-yard line of Highland Springs to bring up 3rd down and 1.
This is completely different than they've shown in the first 3 games of the year. Chalice at fullback and Murphy Clement at running back with Bajent out of the pistol.
3rd and 1, Bajent. It's ready for the snap. Looks like there's a different center in than Aiden Fleming. I believe it's Peyton Kaufman in at center for the Bulldogs as well. A handoff up the middle, and it's a loss on the plays. Highland Springs was ready for it. Into
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
WVU Medicine is excited for the return of the Bob Bariner 5K Apple Trample this year at the Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. This is a great event for runners, walkers, and families to enjoy. To register for this annual event, please go online to the festival website at msahf.com for the link to the Apple Trample and sign up today. Registration is $35 now through October 1st. Be a part of this community tradition. Sign up today for the 5K Apple Trample at msahf.com. WVU Medicine.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
To get there in time against a good athlete like Foster Powell.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the near side, none to the far side. 3 tight ends set. Shotgun formation, and now going up underneath the center before backing off is Martin. Foster Powell lined up behind him. Hands off to Foster Powell. Powell charges up the middle, and he loses the ball. Everybody's on the ground trying to see who eventually recovered it, and it looks like Foster Powell was able to recover his own fumble. Clock starts to run, and it's a 1st and goal after an 11-yard gain for Highland Springs.
So it actually worked out in their favor. The ball popped out and rolled forward, and they were able to get a 1st down out of it.
Yeah, Harris and Taylor, the 2 linemen that were initially the ones to fall on top of it. 1st and goal, Highland Springs. 8.5 minutes to go in the 1st. Martin, read option, keeps it himself. He goes to the far side of the field. Musgrove trying to chase him down, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Highland Springs. Or did they say he stepped out?
They might be marking him out at the goal line.
I thought he had it across the pylon as well. That is a interesting call. So they're saying he's out at the half-yard line. He looked into me, but Highland Springs quickly going. Martin under center. 2nd and goal, ball on the half-yard line, and he's going to just easily push his way through into the end zone. Touchdown, Highland Springs. 8:15 to go. It's now Springers 6, Martinsburg nothing. On the quarterback sneak from Christian Martin, the 6'4", 190-pound junior, was easily able to just follow his line into the orange Martinsburg end zone.
That was a really good drive by Highland Springs to start this out. That Martinsburg defense really, I don't know if they know what hit them.
On to attempt the extra point is Gerald Dent. The kick is up and good. So it's now Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing with 8:15 to go in the 1st. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Peripheral artery disease, also known as PAD, is a common condition in which narrowed arteries reduce blood flow. PAD most commonly occurs in the legs and affects approximately 6.5 million Americans over the age of 40. WVU Medicine is offering a free screening for peripheral artery disease on September 17th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Dorothy McCormick Center. Registration is required. To participate, call the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute at 304-596-2109.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Highland Springs in the lead over Martinsburg with 8:15 to go in the 1st quarter by a score of 7-0. It's another short kick to the near side, caught and fair caught by Buzzed over at the 33-yard line, and that's where Martinsburg will start off its 2nd offensive drive of the game. Quick scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the card tax. Vote Jason Barrett for State Senate. It was a 6-play, 47-yard drive, finished off by that 1-yard quarterback sneak by Christian Martin for Highland Springs to give them the lead early in this 1st quarter.
So it's A.J. Harrison back at running back now.
And at quarterback is Ezra Bajan still. Sends Houston in motion. It's a quick slant to the near side, caught by Gideon. Gideon slides into the turf for a gain of 4, brings up 2nd and 6, Martinsburg. The first pass is a completion by Ezra Bajan.
I think that they're going to go heavy on the passing game this time. That running attack with Murphy Clement didn't work out in the first drive.
Martinsburg gets the play call. Ezra Bajan barks it out to his teammates. 20 seconds to go on the play clock. It's 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Houston in at tight end. It's a halfback draw to Harrison, and Harrison cuts the near side and slips as he adds space, but it's enough for a 1st down. A gain of almost 10 yards makes it 1st and 10. Martinsburg, ball on the 48-yard line, so a 9-yard carry by A.J. Harrison.
That was a really good burst by Harrison to get up there and get close to top speed there almost immediately.
Now, Ezra Bajent, Murphy Clement will switch spots for the quarterback position. So it's Murphy Clement in at quarterback, Harrison still in at running back. Tight end, Nook Houston lined up to the left, along with Cash Gideon and Buzz Dover. The lone receiver to the near side is Jameer Hunter. 1st and 10 Martinsburg as they have to quickly line up with 5 seconds to go left on the play clock. 3 seconds to go. Murphy Clement still hasn't got the snap off, and a timeout will have to be called by Martinsburg. They'll only have 2 remaining with 6:58 to go in this first quarter. It is Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. But we'll keep it here as they wave off the flag for delay of game because of the timeout, Dylan. But after 4 straight runs, we saw a pass of 6 yards and then a run of 9 yards by A.J. Harrison. But again, only for the second time this season, Martinsburg's trailing.
I found it very interesting that they came out immediately with that pistol formation of Ezra at quarterback and Murphy at running back, because that tells me that they've been practicing that, and they've been purposely not putting it on film for this Highland Springs game. But Highland Springs had the answer for it. I think they probably saw it coming that they were just going to be handoffs to Murphy there. And after that, his first 2 runs worked out really well. The next 2 did not. And they've decided to switch strategies here.
And I know it's early, but each time Murphy Clement has been out there, which he is right now, it's been a running play. As the timeout concludes, it's 1st and 10 Martinsburg, ball on the 47-yard line of the Bulldogs. Clement, shotgun formation, Harrison to his right, sends Houston in motion from left to right. It's a quarterback keeper to the near side. Clement finds some space before getting a little shove out of bounds at the 50-yard line, bring up 2nd and 7. But again, another run play for Martinsburg with Clement. And you expect that unless there's a play action coming, Highland Springs is going to stack that box each and every time.
Early on in a game, a coach is going to run things that want to set the tone for the game, and then it's usually 2nd, 3rd, 4th quarter is when you start to go away from expectations out of the same formations and same play styles.
2nd and 7, ball on the 50-yard line for Martinsburg on the right hash. Trips to the far side, 1 to the near. Low snap. Clement has to keep it himself. Breaks past 3 tacklers, still on his feet. Loses the ball on the ground, but they're going to say he was down before the ball came out. It's a gain of 3 yards to bring up 3rd and 4. Looked like the ground caused the fumble. Highland Springs not happy with the call.
It seemed like the right call from up here. I didn't even really see the ball come out, but obviously it did.
Houston, tight end, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side, which is Jameer Hunter for Murphy Clement. In at running back still is A.J. Harrison lined up to the right side. 3rd and 4, 6:10 to go. It's Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. High snap, play action pass. Clement rolls out to his right, and the pass over the outreached arms of Houston and incomplete to bring up 4th and 4 in this same spot on the first drive. Martinsburg went for it. We'll see if they decide to do so again.
Well, that's the kind of play we were looking for. That's what they were setting up by running the ball with Murphy. Out of that same thing, the motion with the fullback. Houston was a little late to turn around there. He was open almost immediately.
Looks like they're going to decide to punt as Jazeer Spruce will be back to punt for Martinsburg.
I think that's the right decision.
Back to return for Highland Springs is Heath. He's at the 22-yard line. Spruce will punt to the near side. It's a beautiful punt caught by Heath at the 10-yard line. He's reversing fields, finally getting back to the 10 across the 20. Only has Spruce to beat, and Spruce is able to trip him up as he stumbles to the 35-yard line. Last line of defense for Martinsburg was able to get him on the far side. Otherwise, that could have been a punt return touchdown. It'll bring up 1st and 10, Highland Springs with 5:49 to go. They lead Martinsburg 7-0.
Yeah, that was a tough play there for Heath to actually field that punt with guys pretty close to him, but he clearly has some speed there.
That is true, as he caught it on the near side at the 10. Had to go back a couple yards to try to reverse it, but he was easily able to do so for a about 22-yard return. 1st and 10, ball on the 33. Martin in pistol formation. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near, and a tight end on the left side. It's a handoff to Foster Powell. Powell tries to find a hole, has to juke off a lineman for gaining about 2 yards up the middle to bring up 2nd and 8 for Highland Springs.
And so they doubled Rashawn Reed that time, and he was able to sneak through for a couple yards there, Foster Powell was, but not a lot going there. Good job by the defensive front.
Highland Springs making some substitutions as they break the huddle with 22 seconds left on the play clock. It's 2nd and 8, ball on the 36-yard line of Highland Springs. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Christian Martin. Martin takes the snap, speed option to the near side, pitches it back to Foster Powell. Powell still on his feet, bouncing off a few tackles, but a flag will be thrown. And I don't know if they're drawing the play dead or not, because Foster Powell I didn't think ever went down. He's confused. I'm a little bit confused as we wait for the call. And it looks like it's going to be against Highland Springs. It'll be a holding against the Springer, so I guess they're saying either the forward progress of Foster Powell was stopped or if his knee or elbow did touch the turf. But with 5:01 to go, that backs him up.
I think they were going with forward progress there from what I could tell, unless I saw a leg hit the ground that I didn't notice.
2nd down, Highland Springs has the ball on its 28-yard line now, so that makes it 2nd and 21. Excuse me, the 23-yard line, my apologies. Martin all alone in the backfield in shotgun formation. 4 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Dropping back to pass as Martin looks to the near side, wide open, and off the hands of Heath, and incomplete. It looks like he just took his eyes off the ball as he saw green turf ahead of him for an easy touchdown, but he just was unable to keep hold of it.
He got off the line really quick, pass buzzed over and past Jimmy Harden there, but you're right, that's just, I think he started running before, he started looking up the field and towards the end zone before he had the ball in his hands.
4:28 to go. Highland Springs breaks the huddle. They lead 7-0 over Martinsburg. 3rd and 21. Ball on the 23-yard line of Highland Springs. Martin, shotgun formation, 4 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near again. Martin drops back to pass, looks to the near side again for Heath. Deep ball, and Heath will watch it fall in front of him to bring up 4th down and 21. And the punt unit will go back for Highland Springs for the first time today, as your first quarters are brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as presented on TV 10 by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg. Your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Phone 304-263-3361. Back to return for Martinsburg is Musgrove and Hunter. On to punt for Highland Springs is Dent. And Dent gets ran into on the punt. It might have been tipped. A flag is thrown as the ball bouncing from the 50 continues to roll to the 40 before finally stopping at the 39-yard line of Martinsburg. But we'll have to wait what the call is, as the flag is a 5-yard penalty only against Martinsburg.
So he's running into the kicker as opposed to roughing.
So we'll have to wait and see. It looks like Highland Springs will get to re-punt. The ball will be put at the 28-yard line to make it 4th and 16 with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. Highland Springs is still confused as to what's going on because the official's been asking Martinsburg. I can see his mouth moving. I don't know why he's asking Martinsburg, do you want to decline the penalty or accept it? Because the penalty is on Martinsburg.
I think the penalty's been declined. What it looks like from where they're now moving the ball.
And that might actually be a smart decision, because even though it's decent field position for Martinsburg, obviously they almost blocked it, so you don't want that scenario to come up again.
They got a bit of a roll there on the punt.
So Martinsburg will get the ball 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs on its 8-yard line. It's Bajent in pistol formation. Murphy Clement in it, running back to his left. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far for Bajent. Handoff, inside zone read for Murphy Clement. Lowers his shoulder, goes over the tackler that eventually brings him down as a flag will be thrown, but it was Lance Nelson Jr. able to get low and just grab the legs of Murphy Clement.
There was a hold on Martinsburg they just called. So they're going to get backed up. Make it about 1st and 20.
So we wait for them to officially mark off where the hold was from. That puts the ball on the 31-yard line and brings up a 1st and 17 for Martinsburg. Under 4 minutes to go in the first. It's Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. Bajent in at quarterback. Clement, the running back to his right. Bajent drops back the pass, looks downfield, steps up in the pocket, off the hands of Dover in the middle of the field, and incomplete at the 45-yard line to bring up 2nd down. Buzz Dover had it in the breadbasket, but just took his eyes off of it to try to look downfield, and you got to look that one all the way into your hands the entire time.
That's a common mistake by wide receivers, even at every level of football. Have to look the ball into your hands the whole way before you start looking for what you're going to do after the catch.
Yeah, because nobody was even near him to tackle him. He would have easily been able to pick up a 1st down, maybe even more, because we know how shifty Buzz Dover is. 3:44 to go, 2nd down and 18, ball on the 31-yard line for Martinsburg. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Ezra Bajent. Clement in at running back to his right, hands it off to Clement, tries to go up the middle, bounces to the outside, and he's going to be stopped for a loss on the play. In to make the tackle was Jaden Taylor, just grabbing at the hips and swinging around Clement like a rag doll before bringing him down for 3rd and long. It's the ball on the 29-yard line, so a loss of 2 to make it 3rd and 20.
The Highland Springs has been swarming the backfield when Murphy Clement's been in at running back, because almost every time it's been a handoff to him, except for that last play, which was play action into a pass.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Martinsburg. Bajent, shotgun formation, drops back the pass, looking downfield, steps up, chucks it deep for Hunter. He's wide open, catches it at the 30 in the middle of the field, tries to break off the tackle, and is eventually brought down at the 6 by his horse collar as a flag's thrown. But a huge play for Martinsburg will set him up with 1st and goal with 2:54 to go in the first. It's 7-0 Highland Springs still, but the Bulldogs are knocking on the end zone door.
That was really, really good play by Ezra Bajent, stepping up in the pocket and throwing on the run, almost coming up towards the line of scrimmage itself to make that throw to Jameer Hunter, who we talked about the game-breaking speed. He had a step on that corner, and it was such a great placement on that ball from Ezra Bajent.
Almost a 75-yard completion is what I have it as, trying to do the quick math, from the 29 to the 7, and the penalty will put it 1st and goal on the 4 for half the distance to the goal. Clement,
64
yards.
At
Quarterback. Chalice and Houston to his right. Snap to Clement. He tries to power his way to the right side, but in to blow the play up for a loss with the tackle was Brennan Johnson, as Clement was unable to follow his lead blockers, who were going to the right side, but the play from Johnson was right up the middle, getting past the offensive line.
Yeah, Johnson was able to get up there in the A-gap and just between the center and the guard and blow that up before, it could go anywhere. His lead blockers were going the other direction.
So 2nd and goal, ball on the 9-yard line, 2:10 to go. Clement sets, takes the snap, runs up the middle, has a few blockers in front of him, will be tackled at the 6-yard line. A gain of 3 will make it 3rd and goal.
It has not been easy for Murphy Clement to get anything going so far.
This time Ezra Bajent will swap out with Murphy Clement for the 3rd and goal situation, and a few receivers will go out, as well as A.J. Harrison in at running back to the left side of Bajent. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. The 2 to the near are Dover and Gideon. The 2 to the far are Hunter and Musgrove. 3rd and goal, ball in the 6th minute and a half to go. Rolling out to the right, Bajent looking in the far side of the end zone, and incomplete over the head of Gideon by a few yards. It almost looked like Gideon was being held, but no flag thrown. Will bring up 4th and goal, and on comes the field goal unit for Martinsburg with 1:25 to go in the first. It is Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. A 23-yard attempt for Brett Terwilliger.
There was just no one open on that pass. That's the disadvantage of running a sprint rollout like that, is you're really cutting the field in half. So you only have half of the field to throw to and have guys open in.
Terwilliger from the right hash. The ball not able to be held correctly by Jameer Hunter. Not happy with it. And he will be tackled at the 14-yard line. It stays 7-0 with 1:20 to go. 1st and 10, Highland Springs.
It looked like he just couldn't get the hold down. I guess he bobbled it. You know, from our view, his back was kind of blocking what the ball was doing there. But whatever it was, he picked it up, and they weren't able to get the kickoff.
Chris Martin. Shotgun formation, lined up to the right is Foster Powell. 2 receivers to each side. 1st and 10, Highland Springs, ball on its 6-yard line. Jet sweep, and it's a tackle for a loss as Jakiri Henley went from the left to the right side, but able to sneak on that left side in with the tackle for a loss of 3 was Eric King.
He was in the backfield in no time.
Looks like they're going to say there was forward progress for Henley. So it'll stay 2nd and 10, ball on the 6, and a flag thrown. Looks like it's a sideline warning for Martinsburg with 48 seconds to go in the first. It's still Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. But since this is only the first sideline warning for the Bulldogs, there will be no yards implemented on the flag. But we still have to, get the whole call in from the head official. As Martinsburg tells everybody to back up on the near sideline.
So I think that last play was about a loss of 7. As we look at the chain markers, it takes getting back to the 15 to get the original line of scrimmage.
So first, yep, you're correct. 2nd and 15, ball on the 6, dropping back to pass and sacked at the 1-yard line is Christian Martin. Xerxes Yancey getting the sack. 31 seconds. And we'll have a timeout called by Highland Springs. Let's take the timeout with them. A 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by Friends of Jason Barrett.
Field, 31 seconds to go in the first. 2nd and 15, ball on the 6-yard line for Highland Springs. Fakes the jet sweep, the handoff to Foster Powell from Martin to the right side. No, only pick up 2 yards before being tackled by a swarm of Martinsburg Bulldogs on the right hash. It was Houston, Clement, as well as King in to make the stop. Bring up 3rd down and 15, and it looks like that's going to be the final play of our first quarter from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. It's Highland Springs 7, Martinsburg nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break, then be back for the second quarter of action between the Bulldogs and the Springers. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog Football on WRNR Martinsburg and TV 10.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Welcome back for the second quarter between Martinsburg and Highland Springs, as Highland Springs in the lead 7-0 over Martinsburg, but it's a 3rd and 15 ball on the 6-yard line for Highland Springs as we wait for the Springers to break the huddle on the far sideline before making their way out onto the field. The ball lined up on the right hash for Highland Springs. Chris Martin in at quarterback for the Springers. Looks like they have trips to the far side, one to the near side for receivers, with Foster Powell in at running back to the right of Chris Martin. Martin gets the snap from Lassiter, drops back to pass, steps out of the pocket, looks to the far side, and it's caught on the far sideline. Breaking away, only Murphy Clement to beat, and Sherrod Musgrove. Musgrove will finally push the receiver out of bounds in Henley, but the underneath pass was there. Some broken coverage and a huge gain for Highland Springs. Put them on the other side of the field. Looks like they're going to mark it out at the 34-yard line of Martinsburg for 1st and 10 Springers.
So that's a 60-yard gain there. I mean, the play lasted long enough to where a guy was able to slip out into the flats, and there just wasn't really anyone there.
Back it up a few yards. They're going to mark him out at the 40-yard line, Dylan.
The 40, okay. So that makes it 54 then.
So 1st and 10 for Highland Springs, ball on the 40-yard line. They take their time to break the huddle. One receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side with a tight end on the right side as well. Foster Powell in at running back for Martin in shotgun formation. 3 seconds to go on the play clock, 2 seconds to go. The snap off in time, handoff to Foster Powell. Powell will be met at the line and pushed backwards on that far side by Xerxes Yancey. No gain on the play to bring up 2nd and 10.
That's what you got to keep on doing. So far, after that first drive, the Bulldogs defensive line has done a really good job of getting some push up front and keeping them from getting a lot going in the run game.
Looks like they're going to say there was a loss of 1 on the play, so 2nd and 11 for Highland Springs. 11:15 to go in the second. They lead Martinsburg 7-0. Martin and the rest of the Springers of Highland Springs High break the huddle. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Martin decides to put Foster Powell, to his left side. Snap, play action pass, dropping back, looking downfield is Martin, and it's caught in the middle of the field for a 1st down into the hands of number 24, Noah Jenkins, and a flag will be thrown after the play.
It looked like some unsportsmanlike conduct there from Jenkins, I think.
Might have been a little bit of taunting, as it looked like he was saying a few words to Braden Herring. So dead ball penalty, and it's an unsportsmanlike conduct against Highland Springs. So that'll almost negate the entire play.
I think that comes out to about 11 total yards on that play for Highland Springs.
Yep, it was still enough for a 1st down, so my apologies. It's a 1st and 10, ball on the 31-yard line for Highland Springs. Chris Martin on the far sideline gets the play call from head coach Lauren Johnson, trots back out to the huddle, and then has to go back to get it a 2nd time. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Highland Springs still in the huddle. They just break it with 8 seconds to go. Martin lines up, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. 3 seconds to go. The snap, handoff, read option. It's quarterback keeper by Chris Martin, and he stiff arms the linebacker, and into the end zone on the near side. Touchdown, Highland Springs. 10:16 to go. It's now Highland Springs 13, Martinsburg nothing on a 31-yard read option touchdown by Chris Martin.
They just fooled them. They fooled the Bulldogs defense. They did not consider Chris Martin taking that read from pulling it out of the belly of Foster Powell.
The extra point is up and good right down the middle. So with 10:16 to go in the second, it's now Highland Springs 14, Martinsburg nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. 10:16 to go in the second quarter. Highland Springs leads Martinsburg 14-0. And it's a short kick to the near side. And catching it's Dover, and he's drilled at the 40-yard line, loses the football. Highland Springs, they got the ball. The Springers recover it. Buzz Dover got his bell drilled, immediately dropped the ball, and Ontario Hobson was able to recover it on the 41-yard line for Highland Springs. 1st and 10 is Springers.
Yeah, I think that ball was coming in too hot for Dover to come in like that, try to catch it in the air, and immediately make a run because the Highland Springs kickoff team was right there. And that's
typically you're taught to fair catch that, and he didn't.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Highland Springs was going for on that kind of kickoff, to get a hit immediately.
So 10:13 to go. It's 1st and 10. Highland Springs, ball on the 41-yard line of Martinsburg. Chris Martin, pistol formation, fakes the handoff, drops back the pass, looks in the middle of the field, and overestimates his receiver, Kyer Henley. Brings up 2nd and 10.
That's a popular play call in the Coastal Carolina offense there, where you bring a jet sweep with your slot receiver, and then you have your running back come out and run a vertical down the field with your other wide receivers running verticals, but it was just an overthrow there.
Almost looked like Henley might have bumped into a few Martinsburg Bulldogs to slow him down, but with 10:08 to go in the second quarter, it's 2nd and 10, Highland Springs, as they break the huddle with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. Chris Martin looks to the far side to get the play call. Foster Powell lined up to his left, 2 receivers to each side of him. Martin sets, waits for the snap from Lassiter, sends a man in motion with 2 seconds to go, and we'll have a flag thrown as Lassiter never snapped the ball, but everybody was in motion. We'll have to wait to see who jumped first, Martinsburg or Highland Springs. And it looks like it will be a false start on Highland Springs to back them up 5 yards and bring it to 2nd and 15, ball on the 36-yard line for the Springers.
The classic everyone but the center false start. Love that call when referees make it over the mic on the college and NFL level.
There was 1 second left on the play clock as well. A little surprised that we did not see a timeout called. Highland Springs breaks the huddle, 2nd and 15. Ball on the 46 for the Springers. 2 receivers to each side of Martin. Foster Powell, the running back, lined up to his left. And it's a handoff to Foster Powell. Bounces off the tackle, Wes Hancock, but eventually brought down at the 40-yard line. Wrapping him up to make the tackle was Rashad Reed. Only a gain of 1. Excuse me, that's Eric King in on the tackle. My apologies. But It brings up 3rd down and 14 with 9:45 to go.
That's already the 3rd tackle for loss for this Bulldogs defensive front. They're defending the inside run pretty well. It's been Martin out on the edge when he gets, when he pulls the ball out and runs it himself, that's been getting all these yards.
The Bulldog fans at Coburn Field trying to get behind Martinsburg, making some noise. 3rd and 14, 9:20 to go in the second quarter. 4 seconds to go on the play clock. It looks like Highland Springs is going to have to burn a timeout, but we'll keep it here and give you our second quarter sponsors as we're brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons, as well as the Skinner Law Firm. Injury and consumer rights lawyers, phone 304-245-6613 or go to skinnerfirm.com for more as Highland Springs in the lead over Martinsburg 14-0.
I think Martinsburg has just been outplayed on the edges of the offense and defense of Highland Springs. Those athletes that they have, like Henley and Jenkins and Foster Powell and Martin especially at quarterback when he runs the ball. This is a really, really good team. They're number 1 in 5A in Virginia for a reason. They have some really good athletes that I think probably one of the deficiencies for this Martinsburg team is the secondary compared to their great defensive line up front. Cam Shallis, the WVU commit at linebacker. The secondary isn't always quite up to task in these first 3 games. They've let up some big plays here and there, and so far it's been exploited by Highland Springs.
By the way, just received the word, can't really tell who it is for Highland Springs, but we were told during that timeout that a stretcher has been requested on the far side for a Springer. 3rd and 14. The crowd really getting into this one. Martin sends a man in motion from his right to left, and a flag will be thrown. And a dead ball, false start for Highland Springs. As this crowd tonight really helping out the Bulldogs.
There's your home field advantage. It is packed in here on both sides of the bleachers. Our Martinsburg side with a lot of orange, and you can see some orange on the visiting fan side as well. And of course, all around the track as well, there are people lined up, standing. People knew this was the biggest game for the Bulldogs this year. People around the state know that this is the biggest game for the Bulldogs.
Not only the state, but the 4-state region, Dylan, as it's number 1 in Martinsburg for West Virginia against number 1 Highland Springs in Virginia. And another timeout will have to be called as the play clock was running and Highland Springs didn't realize it. So that's 2 straight wastes of a timeout for the Springers. We'll take a 1-minute break this time. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as number 1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Welcome back to a ruckus Coburn Field for 3rd down and 19, ball on the 50 for Highland Springs. Chris Martin all alone in the backfield. Drops back to pass, looks down the middle. Almost intercepted by Cam Shallis as he deflects the ball past the intended receiver. of Foster Powell to bring up 4th down Highland Springs. A big stop for Martinsburg as they trail Highland Springs 14-0 with 9:08 to go in this second quarter.
You needed that. You really needed this drive to end in no points. 9 minutes left in the half. Plenty of time for you to get back in this game, tie it up, or even take the lead going into halftime. There's enough time for you to get 3 offensive possessions in 9 minutes.
Musgrove and Hunter back to return the punt for the Bulldogs. The punt's away, high, up the middle. Both of them will let it bounce at the 20-yard line. It takes a Martinsburg roll. Will be scooped up at the 23-yard line with 9 minutes to go exactly in this second quarter. That's where Martinsburg's offense will come back out onto the field, trailing 14-0 against Highland Springs.
So it looks like they're going to start off with Ezra Bajan on this drive, which I think they need to get the passing game going. That's what's been working the last 2 games really well. And you had that 64-yard pass on that last drive.
27-yard punt will make it 1st and 10 Martinsburg on the 33-yard line of the Bulldogs. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Ezra Bajan in at quarterback. Harrison, the running back, to his left. Play action pass caught by Gideon on a curl route, and he loses the ball at the 25-yard line, and that backs him up to the 24-yard line, waiting to see who recovered it. It looks like Martinsburg did, as falling on top of it was E.J. Hendricks.
That would have been back-breaking right there. Just absolutely demoralizing to lose that ball there. You just have to hang on to the ball.
Brings up 2nd and 10, as because of the fumble, there were no yards gained on the play.
This is not a game you're going to win by losing the turnover battle handily.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Ezra Bajan, the quarterback, with Harrison to his left. Hand off to Harrison. Harrison from the left going to the right side of the offensive line. Will be tackled by the feet. Does a little tumble. Pick up 3 yards to bring up 3rd and 7.
So here you go, a 3rd down. You really need to stay out on the field here to get something going on offense. You really haven't been able to get much of anything.
2 receivers to each side for Bajan. Harrison to his right. 22 seconds to go for the Bulldogs. Bajan looks to the near side to get the play call. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Readjusts his receivers, drops back the pass. It's an underneath route to Sherrod Musgrove. He catches it, but immediately in to make the tackle is Braylon Johnson, and he was nowhere close to a 1st down, only picking up 3 yards to bring up 4th and 4 for Martinsburg. Ball on the 30-yard line with 7:10 to go in the second. It is Highland Springs 14, Martinsburg nothing. We'll see if they decide to go for it, and I think they are.
He's out there on the field, Bajan is. I wonder if this is a pooch punt.
We've seen him do it before, but he isn't really too far back. But he does pooch punt it to the far side. It's going to bounce at the 42-yard line, roll to the 30, and be downed at the 30-yard line, maybe even the 29-yard line. So a little flip of the fields will make it 1st and 10, Highland Springs. And by the way, for Highland Springs, being informed that the injured player is A.J. Alexander, so hopefully he is okay, as unfortunately it looks like there's a stretcher on that far side of the field for him, and it's being brought out from the ambulance. So keep him in mind and prayers that he is A-okay, but it's 1st and 10, Highland Springs on the 30-yard line of the Springers with 6:47 to go in the second. Martin drops back to pass, looks up the middle. Wide open on the underneath route is Ferguson, and Ferguson will be tackled by Cam Shallis at the 35-yard line, maybe even the 36, to bring up 2nd down. Looks like they do put it at the 35, so a gain of 5 on the underneath route for Highland Springs.
Yeah, the other routes for Highland Springs were able to kind of clear out the middle of the field, and Ferguson ran a drag route across the middle for that little game.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle, 2nd and 5, on the 35 for Martin. Martin handed off, play action pass actually, and it's deflected, intercepted by Martinsburg. In to make the interception, believe is Cam Shallis. So after making the tackle, this time he gets the deflection and was able to return it to the Highland Springs 24-yard line, 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
So I think either Nuck Houston or Eric King getting the hand up in the air that deflected that ball and was able to let Cam Chalice bring it in for the interception. That is huge, flipping the field, best field position that they have started with on the Bulldogs offense this entire game.
I believe that was Chalice. It might have been Harden. I think it was Chalice, though. Chalice goes out. Will line up as a receiver on the far side for Murphy Clement in at quarterback. Send Chalice in motion. Murphy Clement keeps it himself, tries to move forward, but is stopped at the line of scrimmage, trying to say that he was grabbed by the face mask by Johnson, but no flag thrown. Will make it 2nd down and 10.
I'll be honest, I think that bringing Cam Chalice in motion at fullback is kind of a big tell that was a running play there. That's a problem that Auburn had over the years with Gus Malzahn, where you could watch the fullback's motion, and wherever he went, you could follow him and find the ball.
2nd and 10. Ezra Bajent now in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Harrison, the running back. Play action. Nope, he does hand it off to Harrison, and Harrison's going to be met for a loss on the play as he couldn't find a hole. 3 Highland Spring linebackers in to blow it up in Johnson as well as Taylor and Wynn to bring up 3rd down, and a loss of 2 makes it 3rd and 12 for Martinsburg. So after the interception, they've lost 2 yards, and this offense continues to struggle, down 14-0 with 5 to go in this 2nd quarter. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Gideon, play action pass. Bajent looks down the middle. Hunter in the end zone, and it's deflected, intercepted into the hands of Heath. Heath makes a man miss. Trying to get past Hunter, and will be tackled on the near side 5-yard line. A flag will be thrown around the 20-yard line as well in front of the play. But a big turnover for Martinsburg as we wait for what the penalty is. It's a dead ball personal foul against Highland Springs. So that'll back him up already from the 5. But man, oh man, Martinsburg continues to struggle.
It just wasn't really open there. It was 3rd and long. Bajent tried for the deep shot. It was really the only thing close to open. It would have taken a really good pass to get that into Hunter. It was a nice deflection by the corner, and then it went really just right into the hands of Heath for that interception. I think Martinsburg needs to pass the ball more than they have been. There's six passes for Ezra Bajent compared to 13 rushing attempts for the Bulldogs.
So 1st and 10, 4:47 to go in the 2nd. Ball on the 3-yard line for Highland Springs. Under center is Christian Martin. And he's going to just try to push his way forward. Continues to do so past the 5. For his forward progress is stopped for a 3-yard gain as the whistle blows and puts him at the 6-yard line to bring up 2nd down. That offensive line is huge, and he just worked his way behind him, kept his feet churning for the gain of 3 yards.
You know, we said this, you play this team because you know they're going to test you. That's why you put them on the schedule, and it's very clear that their athletes, their strength and everything is a lot more than what the Bulldogs have faced so far this year.
2nd and 7, 4 minutes to go in the 2nd. Martin under center, hands it off to Foster Powell. Powell tries to go forward, only picks up 2 yards for being brought backwards by 3 Martinsburg Bulldogs, one of them being Rashad Reed. Looks like the other 2, I'm trying to check behind a few others, Eric King and Nuck Houston. 3rd down and 4.
You need to get off the
10-yard line.
You need to get off the field here to be able to have some sort of time left in this half to go down and try to score, especially when Highland Springs gets the ball to start the 2nd half.
That's what I was about to say. 3:25 to go in the 2nd. Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Martin. Running back to his left is Foster Powell. Martin, speed option to the left side, gets past, will be stopped right at the chain. It looks like he has enough for the 1st down, as they're saying he's down at the 14-yard line.
I think they'll give it to him.
I think they'll give it to him as well, Dylan. Waiting for the official word. Haven't seen the hand move, but they're saying run the clock, and the chains will move for Highland Springs 1st down.
And they ran that play earlier in the game to a pretty similar result. Chris Martin is just a really good athlete at quarterback. And he can throw the ball too, so you can't just key in on the run. And on a speed option like that, you can't just focus on him as well because he might pitch to the running back.
1st and 10, Highland Springs, ball on the 14-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Martin. Running back to his right, some motion on the line. The penalty marker immediately thrown.
I think they got Houston to jump off sides.
Either Houston jumped off sides, or I thought I might have saw the tight end Henry Hazelgrove move.
They're moving it back.
And I think Hazelgrove moved first, so the false start will push the ball back to the 9-yard line to bring up 1st and 15 for Highland Springs. It was an issue last week for Martinsburg, so I understand why you thought the offsides was the call and not the false start, Dylan.
Yeah, at least tonight it hasn't been an issue at home like it was in the first away game.
Knock on some wood that it stays that way, but Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 5 seconds left on the play clock. 2 seconds. The ball snapped. Hands off to Foster Powell. Powell finds a hole up the middle. He's across on the 30 on the far side of the field at the 40. Has a blocker in front of him. Still on his feet. Eventually trips over his blocker and is pushed out of bounds at the 30-yard line. And we have a penalty marker back with 2 flags thrown at the 20.
Wow.
And it's a holding against Highland Springs, and that's a huge call to break up almost a 50-yard run for the Springers.
That completely changes the dynamics of this drive, because I was going to say, coming into that play, I don't think Highland Springs is in any rush with the score being what it is, how much time's left in the half. I don't think you're in any rush to try to do much of anything on this drive. You just run the ball, see what happens. That play would have completely flipped it. 30-yard line, 30 yards to the end zone, 2 minutes left. You go out there, you try to score.
1:52 left on the clock in the second quarter. It's 14-0, Highland Springs in the lead against Martinsburg. And it is a first down and 15. Ball on the 10-yard line. So I guess they did gain a yard because it was on the 9-yard line.
So probably 10 yards from the spot of the penalty.
And the flag was thrown at the 20.
Yeah.
So Highland Springs breaks the huddle. Martin. Foster Powell to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Gets the snap, drops back, looks to the near side, out route. Caught by Heath on the near sideline. And Heath trying to avoid Murphy Clement. But Clement in to make the tackle after a pickup of 6 yards. Bring up second down.
So again, only a minute and a half left in this first half. I think Highland Springs probably just takes their time. They're not rushing this. It would take them over 80 yards to get a touchdown here. They get the ball to start the second half. They're going to just let this run. Martinsburg has a timeout on their side that they can use after third down or after this play.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Christian Martin. Running back to his right, Martin drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, rolls out to his left, looking downfield, fires a dart, and it's caught by Ferguson. And Ferguson will find his way all the way into the end zone on the far side of the field. Touchdown, Highland Springs. 47 seconds to go. They lead Martinsburg 20-0.
If there's anything you needed to do on that play and for the end of this half, the last minute of the second quarter, you had to keep the ball in front of you. You couldn't let the big play happen. You can give up 20 yards. You can give up a 20-yard pass because there's only a minute left. They got 80 yards to go. But not making that tackle right there and letting them get in the end zone when they get the ball to start the second half, it's so tough, so tough.
On the attempt, the extra point for Highland Springs is Dent. Dent lines up, 3 steps back, 2 to his left. The hold looks good, the kick is up, and off the upright on the right side and bounces back, no good. So with 47 seconds to go in the second, it remains Highland Springs 20, Martinsburg nothing. We'll take
Rock's Chicken everywhere. A perfect mix of white and dark meat for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market. Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. It's perfect for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back. 20-0 Highland Springs. They're set to kick off against Martinsburg with 47 seconds to go in the second. Back all by himself to return the kick is Jameer Hunter. On to kick off for Highland Springs is that has gone to worse so far for Martinsburg tonight. Fumbles, interceptions. It's been a disastrous first quarter, unfortunately, for Martinsburg. From the far sideline comes Highland Springs. As they get the ball to start the second half, it's Chris Martin alongside Foster Powell is running back. To keep it himself, sees space, high steps Cam Chalice, and will step out of bounds across the 50 on the near side with 25 seconds to go. First down, Highland Springs, right at the 50-yard line. They lead 20-0 over Martinsburg. Martin will go to the far side of the field after the quarterback scamper to get the ball. The 50-yard line in the call on the far side of the field from his head coach, Lauren Johnson. Martin, now in the huddle, gives the call to his teammates. Highland Springs breaks the huddle. The ball on the right hash at the 50. 3 receivers to the far side, only 1 to the near side for Chris Martin, with Aziz Foster Powell lined up to his right. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Martin looks to the left, gets the snap, drops back to pass, looking underneath, almost intercepted by Musgrove. Over his head as well as over the head of the intended receiver and off his hands, and incomplete as it was intended for Henley to bring up 2nd and 10. Apologize for some technical difficulties. Should be back up. It is 2nd and 10, ball on the 50-yard line for Highland Springs. 19.9 seconds to go in the second. It is 20-0 Springers over Martinsburg.
So I would expect this to be the last play of the half here. Just run the ball, and you get what you get out of it.
We'll have to wait and see as Highland Springs has no timeouts left. They break the huddle with 10 seconds left on the play clock. 2 receivers to the near side, 3 to the far side. Martin all alone in the backfield. 3 seconds left on the play clock. The snap off inside. Martin drops back to pass, and he's going to be sacked at the 40-yard line, and it's Wes Hancock in to make the tackle. And because of it, Highland Springs looks like we'll allow that to be the final play of the half, and hopefully that's the momentum that Martinsburg can use going forward as they trail 20-0. Let's look and see if Spencer has head coach Britt Sherman around the 25-yard line as we wait for Sherman to be ready to go. And let's send it down to Spencer Dupuis now with Britt Sherman.
Yeah, down here on the field with Coach Sherman. Coach Sherman, you guys being shut out at halftime, but that last drive by the defense seems to maybe have built some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, that last missed extra point and just some momentum, but we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Two drives ended with miscommunications. You know, we're putting the ball on the ground. Just stuff that's uncharacteristic of us. And we knew they were really good, but, you know, we're making them a lot better right now than what they really are.
What are some things that you guys need to do better in the second half?
Well, just hold on to the football, execute, you know, just go run our plays and do the things that we're supposed to do, you know. We're getting some things on them, but then we're letting them have it right back.
All right, Coach, best of luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, as we'll take a 2-minute break and then be back for the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, where it's Highland Springs 20, Martinsburg nothing. You're tuned into Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop as we welcome you into the halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com as Highland Springs currently leads Martinsburg by a score of 20-0. And Dylan, it has been a struggle for Martinsburg's offense so far. A lot of turnovers that have been forced by Highland Springs, and what we were told about these Highland Springs Springers, and that they will be the fastest team out there, and that for sure is what they are. Absolutely dominating, trying to spread the ball out and really attack on the wide side and get downfield, and it's really worked out for them and Chris Martin.
Yeah, the Bulldogs really are having a hard time holding on to the ball. They've had those multiple fumbles, interception, and I think this Highland Springs team is just really, really good, really fast, like you said. I do think that the Bulldogs have been doing a good job of containing the run game for the Springers when they try to go inside. When they try to go inside and just run the ball with Foster Powell, they've been containing it pretty well. When they keep it inside, Rashawn Reed can get in there. But when they start to get out horizontal a little bit, when Christian Martin has that room to maneuver and work with, it starts to get really tough and those guys, those receivers out on the edge can get down over the top of the defense and out wide and really spread things out, it's been tough. And they really just, the Bulldogs haven't been able to get anything going on offense either.
Yeah, it has definitely been a struggle, but now what we're going to do is take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with the Extra Point Scoreboard Show to give you some other scores from around the state. But here at Coburn Field, it is Highland Springs 20, Martinsburg nothing. Again, a 2-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
The Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results believes buying a new home requires a dedicated team that cares about your needs and concerns. Our experienced team is from the area, and we care about this community because it is our home as well. Whether it's a $30,000 home or a $3 million home, we will be hands-on and invested throughout the entire process. Thinking of buying or selling in West Virginia? We've got the tri-state area covered.
We'll welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini. At the half, the game you're currently tuned into, Highland Springs holds a 20-0 lead over number 1 Martinsburg. Some other EPAC scores here at the half. Musselman leading Sharando 7-0. Spring Mills leads Jefferson 14-0. No score reported between Washington and Independence, Virginia. And Hedgesville and Morgantown in a shootout right now. The Mohegans hold a 28-21 Morgantown over Hedgesville at the half. And then some games we're keeping an eye on around the state. We'll start with that Parkersburg Park South game. Top 5 matchup there. Parkersburg South leads it 14-0. In Hurricane Spring Valley, big game in the southern part of the state, it's 14-12. Hurricane leading Spring Valley there at halftime. Wheeling Park taking on University, 6-0 University last reported at the end of the first quarter. Hampshire taking on Parkview, a regional game there. Hampshire, that's Parkview, Virginia, by the way. Hampshire up 35-0 over Parkview, Virginia at the half. And then the number 1 team in AA, Frankfort, taking on Berkeley Springs tonight. And it's all Frankfort at the half, 38-0. Some other AAA games last night, a final. Bridgeport beats number 1 Fairmont Senior. They're tied with Frankfort for number 1, 24-21 there. Bridgeport getting the win. Nicholas County upsets Lincoln 24-21 last night in AA. And then some other AAA games we're keeping an eye on. Capital looking to get its first win of the season in the battle of winless teams. Capital leads St. Albans right now 20-0. Cabell Midland leading South Charleston 14-0 there. And let's see here. What other big games we got? John Marshall leads Buchanan Upshur, who's currently in the postseason as the number 15 team in the state. 31-0 there. John Marshall with the lead. I had the score reversed on Jefferson Spring Mills, so I want to apologize for that. It's actually 14-0 Jefferson over Spring Mills. Just got that updated on Metro News. Woodrow Wilson is tied at 7 with AA Bluefield. Huntington leads George Washington 21-10. And that's pretty much all the scores in AAA. North Marion Brook, no score reported there. We'll have all the scores from around the state in the post-game show. But what we'll do right now is we'll take another 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll send it back to Martinsburg High School, where Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop will get you ready for the second half. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to the Mansion Freddy halftime show. Highland Springs leads Martinsburg 20-0 as the Martinsburg Marching Band on the field doing its final song. We're going to send it down so that you can hear a little bit of their halftime show. And there you go, the Martinsburg Bulldog Marching Band. So we welcome you back to the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. Let's get into your first half stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenaver at 304-671-2158.
So starting with Highland Springs so far, Christian Martin Through the air is 4 for 9 with 148 yards and 1 touchdown. On the ground, he's carried the ball 5 times for 49 yards and 2 touchdowns. Foster Powell has racked up 24 yards for himself on 7 carries. And it's been 2 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown for Ferguson. And then on the Martinsburg side, Ezra Bajan at halftime, 3 for 6 passing the ball, 71 yards, 1 interception. Murphy Clement was 0 for 1 through the air. And then on the ground, Murphy Clement, 10 carries for 3 total yards. A.J. Harrison, 3 carries for 11 yards. Jameer Hunter had 1 catch for 64 yards. Those are your notable stats for the Bulldogs.
It's been tough on that ground game, as you mentioned. Murphy only having 3 yards, and it seems like each time he's in there, it's been a run play, and if we know that, Highland Springs is going to know that, and they've really been able to stop Martinsburg, and it's a first half shutout. Don't really know the last time that happened for Martinsburg, being down 20-0 at the half. And it's going to be a tough hill to climb to try to come back in this one as Highland Springs gets the ball back as well, Dylan. But what do the Bulldogs need to do if they do want to mount that comeback and get a huge win at home over a very tough Highland Springs team?
So the obvious thing is clean up the turnovers. You've been losing the ball. You've had multiple fumbles, and you've thrown an interception on a tough pass, which, you know, given the situation that came in, it wasn't the worst timing in the world for an interception, but still, clean up the turnovers. I really think they need to pass the ball more. The run game with Murphy Clement, you can't go away from it, obviously. He's just still your best athlete that you have. But 10 carries for 3 yards. I think the second half you have to pass the ball more. 6 attempts passing the ball for Ezra Bajan in the first half. It's simply not enough. It's simply not enough. He had 70. He had the interception. You take that away. Completion of 5 yards, incompletion. Completion of 64 yards, incompletion, 2-yard completion. I think he's still throwing the ball well. They need to give him some extra time. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities to throw it. You have good receivers out there. Go to it. This run defense for Highland Springs is really good. And then on the offensive side of the ball, you have to contain things to the middle of the field. The run game has really only hurt you, and the passing game even as well. You have to contain the sideline-to-sideline speed of Highland Springs, and then your safeties have to be watching over the top. You cannot let things get behind you. You cannot let these guys from Highland Springs get behind you. They're too fast. They're too athletic.
I agree. It's going to be tough, but it's hard to argue against not passing the ball when you're 1, down 20-0, and 2, Ezra Bajan, one of the best quarterbacks in the state of West Virginia, having a total of 11 touchdown passes so far this season, 5 last week in the big win against Sharando, and then 5 against Musselman as well, and then the 1 against Salem. So we'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll be ready for the second half as Highland Springs out currently stretching during halftime. Martinsburg was still waiting for it to take the field. But you're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. A perfect mix of white and dark meat for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12.
Rock's local market. Take Rock's chicken everywhere. It's perfect for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's local market.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WRNR TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, as 3 minutes have been put back on the halftime clock to allow for the Martinsburg Bulldogs to stretch if they elect to do so coming out of the locker room, as they just did. Highland Springs has been on the field stretching. They lead 20-0 over Martinsburg, and Highland Springs will also get the ball to start off the second half. And during the break there of 2 minutes, I kind of posed the question to you, Dylan. We always see Martinsburg, it seems like, onside kick or pooch kick, squib kick, whatever you want to call it, when it's a short kickoff. Do you do so now, being down 20-0, and possibly give Highland Springs good field position to almost put this one away if they can lead 4 touchdowns?
So I think there's two sides of it, how you can look at it. You can say, in one sense, do the onside kick because you want to try to get the ball back, start the half out on offense. But like you said, the field position battle has been a big part of this game, and it's going to continue being a big part of this game. Do you want to give Highland Springs a short field? I think if it were me, I would go deep. I would kick it deep, because the chances of recovering an onside kick,
their athletes are pretty fast, so even if you kick it deep, they could return it.
That's right. It's good. They could. So I think you kick it deep or a squib here. I wouldn't go for a full onside kick if it were me.
As Cam Shallis, the team captain, speaking wise for Martinsburg, out at midfield to discuss which side Martinsburg will start defending in the second half as they trail Highland Springs 20-0 at Kilburn Field.
Something I really liked in the last 2 games for the Bulldogs was that they came out early and they gave Ezra Bajan at quarterback a lot of quick, easy passes to get himself in a rhythm. Some slants here, just a little 5-yard out route here and there. And by the time the first or second drive was over for the Bulldogs, he had 5, 6, 7, 8 passing attempts already at that point. He's throwing the ball 6 times in this half. I think they need to start off the second half on offense by trying to get the quick, short game going on offense. Throw some screens out to Jameer Hunter, buzzed over. Throw some little
That's true. We have not seen a screen pass.
We have not.
And we saw a lot of those so far this season.
Right, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Just little things here that get Bajan in a rhythm. We saw him make a great play when he needed to. Big throw down the field. But nothing to really get him in a rhythm as a passer.
Brett Terwilliger on to kick off at the 40-yard line on the right-hand side. The ball lined up on the far hash. Martinsburg overloads the near side. It's an onside kick bouncing at the 15 over the head of every Martinsburg player on the near side. They had a great chance to recover the onside kick, but it went out of bounds. That was the opportunity that you wanted, and it just bounced over every single Martinsburg player. There were 6 of them on this side.
That was just about as perfect of an onside kick from Terwilliger as you can get. But that bounce, that's part of the calculus with an onside kick, is you don't know how the ball is going to bounce. There were 4 Martinsburg players that could have gotten it, but it bounced all over all their heads with a weird bounce.
So 1st and 10, Highland Springs. Ball on the 49-yard line for the Springers. Martin in shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side, with Foster Powell lined up to his left. Martin gets the snap, hands it off to Foster Powell. Powell will be wrapped up in the backfield, breaks off the tackle of Wes Hancock, picks up a yard before eventually being stopped by Eric King and a few other Bulldogs. It looks like they'll say he actually did not gain any yards. Brings up 2nd and 10, ball still on the 49-yard line of Highland Springs.
I think the Bulldogs' offensive line or defensive line has pretty much picked up where they left off in the first half on that first run. Like I said, they've been doing well on those runs up the middle. It's stuffing it with Rashawn Reed, Wes Hancock, and the lights up front.
Springers break the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Chris Martin, shotgun formation, Foster Powell to his left. Snap from Lassiter, goes into Martin. It's a quarterback keeper up the middle, and Martin gets a little shoulder from a Martinsburg linebacker, and then bounces off and wrapped up after a 3-yard gain up the middle to bring up 3rd and 7. And I couldn't see who laid the boom on him, but it definitely rocked Chris Martin's world for a little bit. Shot Reed, eventually the final Bulldog to bring him down.
And 3rd and long here. There's been a few 3rd downs and long plays here where Highland Springs has been able to escape and get first downs, get big plays. You have to contain them here. Down 3 scores, you need the ball back quickly to get something going.
3rd and 7, ball on Martinsburg's 48-yard line for Highland Springs. Strips to the far side, 1 to the near for Martin. He has the running back to his left. Martin gets the snap, rolls out to his left, dropping back to pass, looking downfield, chucks it deep, and it's almost intercepted on the far side from Sarad Musgrove. He was able to break up the pass that was intended for Henley. Brings up 4th and 8 with 10:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's still 20-0 Highland Springs, but Martinsburg able to force a 3-and-out to start off the second half.
I thought Martin had his guy short, his check down in the flat. He was a couple yards short of the first down, but he had a little bit of room to try to get that extra yardage, but he decided to pass over that and try to go deep.
Sarad Musgrove looked a little shaken up on the play, kind of grabbing his hand, but he's staying out to return the punt along with Jameer Hunter. Snap low, kick from Dent, up the middle, bounces at the 15-yard line, rolls in between the legs of a return preventer for Highland Springs before being downed at the 11-yard line. And I don't know if that term's ever been used, but I'm going with it, a return preventer for the punt team.
I believe the technical term is usually gunner, but, you know, you can put it that way, too.
I guess. I don't know.
We're creating new words.
Just came to me. But it's a 1st and 10 Martinsburg. 10 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Murphy Clement in at quarterback. Harrison, the running back, to his right. He has 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side as Clement now switches over and puts Harrison to his left side. Ball on the 12-yard line for Martinsburg. Clement sends a man in motion from his right to left, and it's a quick pass. Wide receiver screen to Jameer Hunter. Hunter tries to slip through the middle, still on his feet, and will be tackled hard at the 25-yard line as lowering a shoulder into Hunter was defensive lineman Jaden Kidrick. But it's enough for a Martinsburg first down.
Well, they did what basically I said they should come out and do, but they're doing it with Murphy Clement in at quarterback right now instead of Ezra Bajan.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near, 1st and 10, ball on the 25-yard line for Martinsburg. Clement in shotgun formation. Gets the snap. His quarterback keeper up the middle, lowers his shoulder, and is immediately met by linebacker Brennan Johnson for a pickup of 2 yards to bring up 2nd and 8.
So this is essentially the opposite strategy that I was suggesting we go with. But I mean, Murphy Clement can throw the ball too. And we've talked about it on pretty much every broadcast that Coach Sherman was impressed by the way that he threw the ball leading up to the season.
9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Play clock at 15 seconds. 2nd and 8, ball on the 27 for Martinsburg. Trips to the far side, 1 receiver to the near for Murphy Clement as Musgrove looked like had to help Gideon with the call. Clement sends Gideon in motion. It's another screen pass to the near side, caught by Hunter, but Harrison and Musgrove unable to make their blocks. So Hunter immediately tackled Picks up no yards, maybe even lost one, makes it 3rd and 9.
I like trying to get the ball out in the hands of your playmakers there, like Jameer Hunter. But two screen passes in 3 plays. They may have seen it coming that time after you just went to it.
3rd down. Clement still in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side is Jameer Hunter. Zion Grantham in at running back, lined up to Clement's right. 7 seconds left on the play clock for Clement. Puts his mouthpiece in, checks his quarterback wristband. 1 second left and a timeout will have to be burned by Martinsburg. Fred Sherman irate with his team. 7:57 to go in the 3rd. It is Highland Springs 20, Martinsburg nothing. We'll keep it here as it's 3rd and 8, ball on the 26-yard line. Martinsburg will now only have 2 timeouts remaining, Dylan. And it seemed like on this play and the play before that, the play call was just unable to be effectively communicated out to the receivers.
It's hard from up here to say who or what is the reason for that, but it's not a good sign to have to burn a timeout on your first drive in the second half when you're down 20-0 already. So 3rd and 8 here. Bringing out Murphy Clement as your quarterback on 3rd and 8 is an interesting strategy to me, because you consider that a passing down, and Ezra Bajan's typically your passing quarterback. So I'm intrigued by what the play call here is, especially with Zion Grantham in the backfield.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Murphy Clement. 3rd and 8, ball on the 26-yard line. Clement drops back the pass, looks up the middle, has to roll out of the pocket, trying to get a halfback screen, and it's caught by Zion Grantham. He tiptoes down the near sideline. It's enough for a first down, but we have a flag thrown at the 30-yard line, and it looks like it might actually be against Highland Springs. My apologies. I saw the official that threw the flag point towards Highland Springs, but the white hat is saying it's an ineligible player downfield for Martinsburg. So the penalty against the Bulldogs will back him up.
Yeah, that screen pass took a really long time to develop, and Murphy held on to the ball there for a good long time. So it's not surprising that at least one of the linemen for the Bulldogs got too far down the field.
That brings up 3rd and long, make it about 13, maybe 14 yards for the Bulldogs. Clement in at quarterback, gets the snap, drops back the pass, looking to the near side, fires it up the middle, and incomplete, intended for Buzz Dover. And Dover got hit high and is down, very slow to get up, but he does so. That'll bring up 4th down. Martinsburg wanting a flag for a defenseless receiver, but never got one. The punt unit will have to make its way out from the near sideline for the Bulldogs. 7:43 to go in the 3rd. It is 20-0 Highland Springs on top of Martinsburg.
I didn't see any helmet-to-helmet contact there, but it was certainly close. It looked like it might have been a shoulder pad up close to the helmet, up on the other shoulder perhaps, but
Jazeer Spruce on to punt for Martinsburg as he's lined up at the 10, gets the snap, steps to his right, sends it into the night sky, bouncing across the 50-yard line at the 45, where it will be scooped up by Braden Mott for a 1st and 10 Highland Springs at its 45-yard line with 7:34 to go in this 3rd quarter. Your 3rd quarter presented to you on TV 10 by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg, as well as the Ollie's VIP North Side. Best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Go to Ollie's VIP. We'll see you for the game. So shout out to everybody at Ollie's watching this one as Highland Springs on top of Martinsburg, 20-0.
Obviously, that's not how you wanted your first drive on offense to go. I think it was a pretty interesting strategy to put Murphy Clement out there at quarterback, because you have to watch out for his running ability, but they did try to throw the ball more with him there. So I think at least that's their first adjustment they've tried to go to, is let Murphy go out there and throw the ball some more to give some more dynamics and a different level to the offense to start out. But obviously didn't quite work out on that first drive. So I'm interested to see if they stick with it or we see more of Bajan.
I think we had a flag on the play, so it's a 1st and 10 for Highland Springs as they now have the ball on the 35-yard line. Martin, Foster Powell lined up to his left, 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. He drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, decides to scramble, and he's going to be throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage, but it's a forward pass, so the whistle will blow. Incomplete, as we also have a flag down for Highland Springs, I believe. Waiting to see what the official call is, as the flag on the field at the 28-yard line, as 4 of the 5 officials for this evening will talk about the call, and now to make sure that the 5th one's not left out, bring him over as well. It's a holding against Highland Springs. The penalty will be declined. And the other penalty was intentional grounding on Highland Springs. So that'll back up the Springers for a 2nd down and 21 to go. So first down marker at the 45.
That's good news for the Bulldogs defense for sure.
Ball on the 24-yard line for Highland Springs. 2 receivers to each side of Chris Martin. Martin, play action pass. It's a screen pass to the near side. Caught in the air, breaking off a few tackles. Still on his feet across the 50 on the near sideline at the 40 to the 30. And it's Jenkins finally being pushed out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Wide receiver screen to Noah Jenkins is a huge gain for Highland Springs as he was pushed out at the 26-yard line. First down, Springers with 7:13 to go. They lead Martinsburg 20-0.
It's a 53-yard gain for the Springers. I will say, Xerxes Yancey being the one to chase him down on that play, defensive end, is incredibly impressive to come all the way back around and be the one to make that tackle.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 10 seconds left on the play clock for Christian Martin. 2 receivers to each side. The running back and Foster Powell lined up to Martin's left. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. It's quarterback keeper up the middle. It's Martin pump faked. Will be tackled at the 16-yard line by Cam Shallis, who just shoves Martin to the ground. Just shy of a first down. Let's see if they give it to Highland Springs or not. I believe it's 2nd and 1, it looks like, on that far side where the chains are.
Again, when Martin is able to get out in some space and run the ball, that's been the best rushing attack for the Springers.
The defensive line for Martinsburg tried to contain him by going wide, but he found a hole right up the middle. Pickup of 9 by Christian Martin makes it 2nd and 1. Ball on the 17 with 6 minutes to go in the 3rd for Highland Springs. Pistol formation. 2 receivers to each side. Foster Powell kind of just pushes his quarterback a little bit more forward. Speed option to the left side. Martin keeps it, pitches it backwards to Foster Powell, and he'll juke past the defender before being taken out of bounds by Cam Shallis. Foster Powell will pick up enough yards for a first down as he was pushed out on the far side at the 15-yard line. Make it the 14-yard line. So 1st and 10, ball on the 14 for Highland Springs. 5:48 to go in the 3rd. It is 20-0. Highland Springs over Martinsburg.
That speed option attack has worked out pretty well for the Springers so far when they've gone to it. It's a good play to call in short yardage situations.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to each side of Christian Martin, with his running back Aziz Foster Powell to his right side. Hand off to Foster Powell, goes up the middle, has some speed, tries to push his way, extends to the goal line and in. Touchdown, Highland Springs. 5:40 to go in the 3rd. They now lead Martinsburg 26-0 on the 14-yard touchdown run by the senior, Aziz Foster Powell.
That's really the best that Foster Powell's been able to get up the middle on the Bulldogs front since the first drive of the game, where he had 20 yards on his first 2 carries. The offensive line just opened things up so well. The hole to run through was really just astronomical.
David Jones on to attempt the PAT. It's a low kick, but it just sneaks through and good. 5:40 to go. It is now 27-0. Highland Springs over Martinsburg. We do have a flag thrown. I believe it was after the play, so we'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop. 5 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Highland Springs leads Martinsburg 27-0 after a 14-yard touchdown run by the senior Aziz Foster Powell. And your scoring drive brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate. On to kickoff for Highland Springs is number 36, Gerald Dent. This kick will be caught by Jameer Hunter, and he loses one cleat, cuts to the near side, the near sideline, and will be pushed out of bounds by number 26, Tamondre Braxton. And now Hunter has to go all the way back to the 15-yard line to recover his cleat, but he was able to get to the 47-yard line, 1st and 10, Martinsburg.
So we got word from our sideline reporter, Spencer Dupuis, that E.J. Hendricks is hurt again, but he is out on the field. So it looks like he's playing through whatever injury he may have, or if he re-aggravated the same injury. So something to watch.
Ezra Bajan in at quarterback, 1st and 10, Martinsburg, ball on the 47. Bajan hands it off to Grantham. Grantham finds a hole up the middle, but immediately lowering the shoulder and meeting him is the linebacker, number 7, Ian Wynn. Only a 4-yard gain, but Martinsburg in Highland Springs territory with the ball on the 49-yard line to make it 2nd and 6 with 5:10 to go in the third quarter. Bajan with 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Passes it on the near side to Hunter. Hunter tries to make a man miss, but Johnson able to wrap him up, push him backwards, as well as Ian Wynn. And the forward progress had Jameer Hunter stopped, even though he eventually was able to break the tackle and run down the near sideline towards the end zone all by himself. But it's a pickup of another 4 yards. Puts the ball at the 45-yard line for Martinsburg. 3rd and 2 with 4.5 minutes to go in the third.
This has been my favorite backfield combination for the Bulldogs so far this year, Bajan and Grantham. I'm glad to see this out on the field now.
Bajan puts Grantham behind him to the left side, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Bajan, quarterback keeper, up the middle, lowers his head and gets enough yards for the first down. A pickup of 3, 1st and 10, Martinsburg. Ball on the 46-yard line.
I think they've got something going on this drive here. And that was the first carry of the game for Bajan there. It was the first carry of the game for Grantham on this drive as well.
Braden Mott checks in as the wide receiver all by himself on the near side. 3 receivers to the far side. Bajent, shotgun formation with Grantham lined up to his right. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go in the third. Highland Springs leads Martinsburg 27-0. Hand off to Grantham. Inside zone to the right side. Grantham finds a hole, bounces off a tackle before eventually being wrapped up and stopped by Tamondre Braxton. But it's a gain of 6. Make it 2nd and 4.
So they brought E.J. Hendricks as a pulling blocker there, as sort of a power run. And he's a great lead blocker to have out in front. He's very athletic.
Trips to the near side, 1 to the far side for Bajent. Wide receiver reverse to Gideon. Gideon on the far side cuts on the right hash marks. And enough for another Martinsburg first down before he's tripped up at the 33-yard line. Some trickery for Martinsburg.
Getting creative, getting creative. This is what I like to see. I think this offense looks better now than they have really this entire game.
Under 3 minutes to go in the third. It's 1st and 10 Bulldogs. Ball on the 28-yard line. 3 receivers to the left of Ezra Bajent, 1 to the right. And a timeout will be called by Highland Springs. We'll take a 1-minute break along with them. It is 27-0 Highland Springs. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Welcome back. Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Martinsburg with the ball, trailing Highland Springs 27-0 with 2 minutes, 48 seconds to go in the third quarter. It is 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball on Highland Springs 28-yard line. Ezra Bajent in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the near side. He drops back the pass, looks to the far side, and the pass overthrown, trying to get it to Jameer Hunter, but it falls incomplete. Bring up 2nd and 10 on the 28.
There's a tight window to try to throw it in there. He didn't have a whole lot of time to throw before he had to start to try to move around with the pressure coming in around him.
Murphy Clement will now come in at quarterback for Ezra Bajent. Murphy with Zion Grantham in at running back. Jameer Hunter, the wide receiver, on the far side. The receivers on the near side. From inside out is Gideon Musgrove Dover. Clement, shotgun formation. Grantham to his right in the sidecar. Clement sets, gets the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right, chucks it deep towards the end zone. Flag thrown. Did Hunter hang on to it?
Doesn't look like it. But I think they're throwing a flag.
It did fall incomplete, but it's a pass interference against Highland Springs. So the 15-yard penalty will be enough for a Martinsburg first down and put the ball from the 28-yard line up to the 13-yard line for Martinsburg.
That throw was pretty much right on the money from Clement. So I like that play call there. I don't know if it was a run-pass option or if it was play action all the way.
But it was just a little back shoulder pass.
On the run.
On the run to the front pylon. But 1st and 10 Martinsburg, ball on the 13. Clement sends Grantham to his left. Pump fakes, goes up the middle, will be tackled across the 10-yard line. Wrapping him up to make the tackle was Miles Green. Brings up second down after a pickup of 4 yards by Murphy Clement for Martinsburg.
It looked kind of similar to something that the Ravens run a lot with Lamar Jackson. They call it the QB bash, where they'll fake it one way and then have a guard pull the direction of the quarterback and where he's going to run.
Second down and 5. 2 minutes to go in the third. It's 27-0 Highland Springs over Martinsburg. Clement in shotgun formation. Grantham to his left. 3 receivers to the near side. 1 to the far. Clement, quarterback keeper up the middle, will be stopped just shy of the 5 at the 6-yard line to make it a 3rd and 1 for Martinsburg.
And they're really trying to grind out this touchdown here now, close to the goal line in the red zone. Just trying to run the ball a lot. I like seeing Zion Grantham out on the field. I think he's been the best running back they've had this year.
3rd down and 2 for Murphy Clement and the Martinsburg offense. Grantham to Clement's left. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Clement puts Grantham this time to his right side. Gets the snap, it's low, he bobbles it, picks it up, tries to run forward, and it looks like he's going to be about half a yard shy of the first down marker. Brings up 4th and inches for Martinsburg. Ball at the 5-yard line.
It's a pretty obvious go-for-it situation here. It looks like they're bringing out the heavy hitters that are probably going to try to lead block for Murphy Clement.
Yep, it's Houston, Chalice, and King all going out to the right side of Murphy Clement. 37 seconds and winding down in this third quarter for Martinsburg. 4th and inches. Clement gets the ball, goes to his right side, throws it into the end zone, and it's incomplete. It hit the ground. The pass intended for Nook Houston, who said he was able to snag it before it touched the ground, but the referee says otherwise. And with 26 seconds to go, it's a turnover on downs. It remains 27-0 Highland Springs over Martinsburg in the third quarter.
It was a jump pass. They faked like they were going to run it right up the with Murphy Clement, and then he jumps up in the air and tries to toss the ball to Houston, who fakes blocking and goes into the end zone. A classic Tim Tebow at Florida play. I think that's who made that pretty famous in the late 2000s.
1st and 10 for Highland Springs. Ball on the 6-yard line. They're in I formation. A handoff. Foster Powell, who immediately is swarmed up by a few Martinsburg Bulldogs, will pick up no yards to bring up 2nd and 10 as the Bulldogs' defensive line was able to win that battle.
It's backbreaking to not get any points on that drive and just turn it all over on downs.
And that's going to be your final play of the third quarter as the clock hits 0. It's Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg nothing. And we'll head to the fourth quarter after this 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back as we enter the fourth quarter, and I want to make a correction from halftime. Looking at Metro News now, it was originally reported that Spring Mills was in the lead over Jefferson 14-0, but it was actually 14-0 Jefferson over Spring Mills. Jefferson now leads 20-0 over the Spring Mills Cardinals. Christian Martin drops back the pass, looks for a wide open receiver on the far side, off his hands and incomplete, as the pass was intended for Noah Jenkins. And he was wide open on that far sideline, but the pass was just a little bit too high.
Interesting to see Highland Springs coming out throwing the ball, start the fourth quarter, maybe trying to run up the score the way that Martinsburg sometimes does on their opponents.
3rd down and 10, ball on the 6-yard line, 11:54 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg nothing. It's Highland Springs still huddled up in the end zone, now breaks the huddle with 13 seconds to go on the play clock. It's Martin still in at quarterback with Foster Powell lined up behind him slightly to the left. One receiver to each side. It's Martin under center. 1 second, drops back the pass. Looks to the near side, and it's caught by Heath. And Heath will step out of bounds. It will be enough for a first down as he goes out of bounds at the 19-yard line. So he gets the first down by 2 yards. 1st and 10 with 11:47 to go in the fourth for Highland Springs.
Highland Springs, I think so far you can just say they've been the better team. Like, there's been some mistakes that Martinsburg could clean up here and there, but this has just been a pretty dominant performance from the Springers on really both sides of the ball. There's been good things to take away from Martinsburg's side, but Highland Springs, this is an incredibly good football team.
Martin, shotgun formation with Foster Powell to his right, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Martin gets the snap, hands it off to Foster Powell. Powell break off a tackle for a few more Martinsburg Bulldogs. Wrap him up, push him backwards. He does pick up a yard. Cross to the 21-yard line, so actually 2 yards. Bring up 2nd and 8. Chalice, the final one to be able to bring down Foster Powell. 11:17 to go in the fourth. Highland Springs breaks the huddle again. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side for Christian Martin. Martin looks over to the far side. It's a halfback screen intended for Ferguson. And the pass just too hard off the hands of Ferguson and incomplete. Brings up 3rd and 8 with 11:06 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg nothing.
See, I mean, if we can get a quick stop here, there's 11 minutes left in the game. A lot can happen in 11 minutes, but the Bulldogs offense needs to kick things in gear and finish out drives like they've been unable to so far if things are going to change at all.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Martin looks over to the far sideline. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. He's in shotgun formation, steps up. 1 second left, gets the snap off, but a timeout will be called beforehand by Highland Springs. So we'll have to put another second back up on the clock as the play never got off. So it's 11 minutes, 6 seconds to go in the fourth. It is 27-0 Highland Springs over Martinsburg. And let's get to our fourth quarter sponsors as we're presented on TV 10 by Chris Ross and Milestone Real Estate Group. Buying or selling a home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com, as well as the Sutton and Janelle Attorney at Law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Go to suttonandjanelle.com for more.
A huge 3rd down here. Again, if you can get off the field, get your team the ball back with 11 minutes left, you can start to get things going. You get a big play on offense, and maybe you get a big punt return. You can finally get some points up on the board, and then you tried for the miraculous fourth quarter comeback.
By the way, some other scores around the EPAC. Sherando now leads Musselman 26-17. Morgantown on top of Hedgesville 42-21. Nick Verzolini will have more during the post-game scoreboard show as we resume action. It's 3rd and 8. Ball on the 20-yard line for Highland Springs as they lead Martinsburg 27-0. Martin gets the snap. Quarterback keeper, and blowing up the play is the entire defensive line. Eric King able to bring down Martin, and it looked like he wasn't actually ready for the snap, and it's a big loss on the play. It looks like they'll say his forward progress only lost about 7 yards, but he was actually finally taken down at the 5. They put the ball at the 12-yard line to bring up 4th down for Highland Springs.
That's what I was going to say. It looked like the center snapped the ball early. It looked like no one on the offense was ready for that one.
Musgrove and Hunter back to return for Martinsburg, lined up at Highland Springs' 45-yard line. The punt, a high 1-inch, short up the middle. Hunter going to catch it at the 40-yard line and immediately be tackled by Braylon Johnson at the 41-yard line. 1st and 10 Martinsburg from Highland Springs 41 with 10:13 to go in the 4th.
We're seeing Bajent come back out here. Again, I like the Bajent-Grantham backfield, quarterback, running back combination. I think out of any that we've seen so far this year from the Bulldogs.
It is Dover, Musgrove, and Gideon, the 3 receivers to the far side. Hunter, the lone receiver to the near side for Bajent, with Grantham to his right. Play action pass. Hunter on the curl route, catches it, tries to make a man miss, but it will be tackled by Johnson after picking up 4 yards on the near side to bring up 2nd down.
And they're going back to those quick screen passes, short little hitch routes to Jameer Hunter. It's getting them a little bit of somewhere, not a whole lot against this really good defense.
And off to Zion Grantham from Ezra Bajent. An outside zone. Grantham cuts to the near side, will be pushed out of bounds, about 2 yards shy of the 1st down marker. Mark him at the 34-yard line, so a pickup of 3 will make it 3rd down and 3 for Martinsburg.
See, I would go with a play action pass here, I think. Running the ball well, but Bajent
puts Grantham to his right side. Low snap. Pass intended for Hunter. Hunter was not ready for it. It went off the right hand of Johnson and incomplete. As if Johnson was paying attention, he could have had an interception, but it'll bring up 4th down for the Bulldogs with 9:02 to go in the 4th. Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg 0 is your score.
It looked like an RPO there, which kind of functions as a play-action pass where you have the opportunity to hand it off beforehand.
Martinsburg going for it. 4th down, Bajent hands it off to Grantham. Grantham hands it off to Gideon. Gideon will be stopped at the line of scrimmage on the near side, and he seems like he might be hurt as he has to get helped off, and he has a little bit of a limp, and it's a turnover on downs on the trick play, and Gideon will fall at the 30-yard line, still on the field. Hopefully he's okay, but he got hit pretty low. We'll have to wait and see how he is. But we'll take a 1-minute break for the injured Martinsburg Bulldog with 8:55 to go. It is 27-0 Highland Springs on top of Martinsburg. You're tuned in.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Welcome back First and 10 for Highland Springs with 8:55 to go in the fourth. Ball on the 33-yard line. Martin in pistol formation. Gets the snap. Hands it off behind him to Foster Powell. Foster Powell will stiff arm Eric King, but eventually be brought down by Xerxes Yancey on the near sideline across the 40. Pickup of 6, maybe 7 yards. Will bring up second down for Highland Springs with 8:30 to go in this fourth quarter.
This is pretty much the ideal situation for Highland Springs because they like to run the ball with their running back and their quarterback. This team on the ground is very efficient.
Martin again in pistol formation, 2 receivers to the near side, a tight end to the right side of the line. He steps up, talks to his center, Damari Lassiter, before going back. 5 seconds on the play clock. Gets the snap, hands it off again, and this time it'll be Foster Powell being wrapped up in the backfield by King and Yancey. Loses a yard to bring up third down and 3 with under 8 minutes to go in the fourth.
Again, we've talked about this a lot all game. I do think one of the positives you can take away from this is that your defensive line has still played pretty incredible up front because Foster Powell has had a few runs here and there that he's broken off for 9, 8, 11 yards. But for the most part, he's been stifled at the line.
Martin commanding his offense, lining them up. He has a tight end to the left side of the line, sends over from the left side of the line to the right side. Hazel Grove, 1 receiver to each side for Martin with Foster Powell behind him. The handoff to Foster Powell, it's an outside zone. He's able to drag a tackler of Martinsburg, but will be stopped shy as wrapping him up, I believe was number 35, Marcus Shantz. Brings up fourth down. We've hit the 6:50 mark in this fourth quarter. It's Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg nothing.
So fourth down. It looks like the offense is staying out there.
It does, as Highland Springs just trying to drain as much clock as possible. And if they can get the first down, obviously they can drain a lot more. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Highland Springs still huddled up. It looks like they're walking towards the sideline and most likely will call a timeout at the 1 second mark of the play clock, and they do. So with 6:25 to go in the fourth, it is 27-0, and Highland Springs will call its final timeout. We'll still see if they elect to go for it or if they choose to punt, as it will be 4th and 2, ball on the 42-yard line. But it's been a tough night for Martinsburg as we look ahead on the schedule next week. Martinsburg back at home as they will play an EPAC opponent in the Hedgesville Eagles, who currently are losing to Morgantown. As for Highland Springs, they will be back at home next week and take on Henrico County.
I'm very interested in next week's Martinsburg-Hedgesville game because for the most part, for the first 3 to 4 weeks of the season, Hedgesville has looked like they could be the second best team in the EPAC, behind number 1 Martinsburg. So I don't know. I think Hedgesville has done really well against the competition they face so far. They were hanging with Morgantown there for a little bit, 28-21. Obviously, Morgantown's opened it up a little bit. But I think the Eagles are going to be a fun matchup for the Bulldogs next week.
The offense back out after the timeout for Highland Springs. It's Christian Martin. Pistol formation with Foster Powell behind him. 4th and 2, ball on the 42-yard line. The snap to Martin. It's a speed option to the right side. Martin keeps it himself. Will slide out of bounds just shy of the 40, but it's a big gain. First down, Highland Springs. 1st and 10, as they say. He stepped out of bounds at Martinsburg's 44-yard line.
Man, he's just a really impressive athlete, a quarterback, Christian Martin is. He's able to throw the ball, and he has really been the most dynamic rusher of the football, too, for Highland Springs.
Pickup of 12 yards The clock winding, at 6:18, not winding down. The play clock, however, winding down. It's at 20 seconds as Martin goes in Highland Springs huddle, gives the Springers the play call, and will break the huddle with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. One receiver to the near side, one to the far side, a tight end lined up on the right side as well for Martin, with Foster Powell in shotgun formation to his left side. Dropping back the pass as Martin looks downfield on the far sideline as a receiver open, and it's caught. Diving forward and making the catch at the 9-yard line makes it first and goal. Highland Springs, as in with the catch was Noah Jenkins.
Man, Jenkins has had a really nice game for himself so far. He's only had 3 catches, but they've all gone for 25 yards or more.
So 5:55 to go in the fourth quarter, and Highland Springs is back in Martinsburg's red zone with a first and goal, ball on the 9-yard line for the Springers. Martin gives the call, breaks the huddle, will stand at Martinsburg's 14-yard line in pistol formation with Foster Powell behind him. One receiver to each side for Christian Martin. And a flag will be thrown as the play clock hits 0, so it'll be a delay of game penalty against Highland Springs to back them up 5 yards and make it a first and goal on the 14-yard line with 5:25 to go in the fourth. It's Highland Springs 27, Martinsburg nothing.
I think Highland Springs took the chewing of the clock a little too far there. They got themselves a delay of game.
Martin now at the 18-yard line, steps forward, then back. Sends Foster Powell in motion to his left side, and a false start will be called. Everybody but the center moved for Highland Springs.
For the second time today.
And that'll make it a first and goal on the 19-yard line as the ball again backs up 5 yards.
And we can see now that some Martinsburg fans are clearing out from both sides of the bleachers. The amount that has cleared out from the visiting side can tell you a lot about just how many Martinsburg fans there were here tonight for this game.
Highland Springs breaks the huddle. 7 seconds left on the play clock for Martin. Martin, speed option to the left. He keeps it himself and will be untouched into the end zone. Touchdown, Highland Springs. 5:16 to go in the fourth. It is now Highland Springs 33, Martinsburg nothing. Christian Martin with the speed option quarterback keeper runs 19 yards on the left side into the Martinsburg end zone. And that one looked really easy for the junior.
I don't think the Martinsburg coaching staff's going to be happy about that one. That did not seem like a lot of effort from the defense on that play.
Dent on to attempt the extra point. The hold and the kick will both be good, as with 5:16 to go, it is now Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop. 5 minutes, 16 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. It's Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg nothing. On to kickoff for Highland Springs is Harvey Anderson from the near hash. And Anderson's kick, end over end, caught by Hunter at the 15-yard line. Hunter tries to come to the near side, but will be wrapped up and tackled by Lance Nelson Jr. It'll be a 1st and 10 Martinsburg at the Bulldogs' 23-yard line.
This is really not a situation we're used to seeing Martinsburg be in just a blowout situation where they are on the losing end, especially on their home field. So I think this will be a fascinating case of how players respond to this kind of loss.
Bagent in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Bagent drops back to pass, looking downfield. Hit as he throws, tries to get it to Hunter. Hunter tries to make a toe-touching catch, but it's out of bounds at the 50-yard line and incomplete. Brings up 2nd down, ball on the 23 with 5:05 to go in the 4th.
A game like this can really humble you, because if you've really spent all this time thinking that you're the best, like some players on this team, perhaps maybe they do, or maybe they don't, but this can really humble you and put you in a different mindset. So maybe that's the positive you can take away from this. It'll put this team in a different mindset that now that they've been knocked down a peg.
Trips to the far side, 1 to the near. Bagent takes the snap, hands it off to Grantham. Grantham comes to the near side, will be tripped up across the 25 before falling at the 26-yard line. So a gain of 5 yards will make it 3rd down and 5 with 4:51 to go in the 4th and the clock winding down.
Again, this Highland Spring team on all 3 phases of the game has just been incredibly impressive. They have athletes all over this field.
3rd down and 5. Bagent drops back to pass. Looking downfield for Hunter. Chucks it up and off the hands and incomplete of Hunter. It was a 50-50 ball that was just eventually broken up by Brandon Thomas to bring up 4th down with 4:26 to go in the 4th.
I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm really talking about right there, where every other team that they've faced this year, Jameer Hunter does that, deep post route in the middle of the field, and he has the most speed on the field. But Highland Springs, they had a guy just as fast there back to break it up, almost pick it off.
Timeout called by Martinsburg. We'll keep it here. Again, 4 minutes, 26 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. It is Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg nothing. As it looks like Martinsburg will lose for the first time this season in fall to 3-1. Highland Springs will improve to 4-0. Again, Martinsburg next week back at home, Coburn Field. Pregame show will be at 6 p.m., kickoff at 7, as Martinsburg will host the Hedgesville Eagles. Timeout concludes. Martinsburg's offense back out on the field. It is a 4th down and 6, ball on the 27-yard line. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side for Ezra Bagent. Grantham goes in motion from the right side of Bagent to the left side. Bagent finds Musgrove wide open in the field. It's caught across the 50. Jukes past the tackler and will be tackled at the 45-yard line on the far side of the field. It's a Martinsburg 1st down from Samurad Musgrove. Ezra Bagent gets the pass to Musgrove, a gain of about 30 yards.
It's about 27. That was the exact measurement as they placed the ball there. That was one of the better passes of the day. I mean, the middle of the field was pretty much wide open there on the crossing route.
1st and 10, Martinsburg ball on the 46-yard line. 4 minutes to go in the 4th. Trips to the near side, 1 to the far. Bagent rolls out to his right. Halfback screen. It's caught by Blackwood. Blackwood will be tackled at the 40-yard line and will have a flag thrown, as it looked like we had some helmet-to-helmet contact from Harris. In to make the tackle was number 23, Kai Logan. 3:52 to go in the 4th. So we wait for the official ruling of the flag that was thrown at the 40-yard line. And it is a personal foul with helmet-to-helmet contact against Highland Springs. That'll add 15 yards to the end of the play for Martinsburg. We wait to see where exactly they spot the ball. It looks like it's 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball on Highland Springs 25-yard line.
You're hoping to just get some sort of positive out of this drive here. Get some points up on the board. Say that you got yourselves in the end zone to go into the next week with a little bit of forward momentum.
Bagent in shotgun formation. Grantham to his left. 3 receivers far side. 1 to the near. Low snap picked up by Bagent. Immediately hands it off to Grantham. And Grantham will try to find a hole up the middle. And will only gain 3 yards. 3:30 to go in the 4th quarter. Clock winding down. It is 2nd down and 8 after the 2-yard gain for Martinsburg.
We'll say I've talked up Hedgesville a lot this year. And after how they looked in that opening night game. This is not the game I would want to be following if I'm playing Martinsburg. Martinsburg is going to be looking for a huge get-right game next week. They're going to be angry.
Shotgun formation, drops back the pass, looking to his right. It's a halfback screen to Grantham. Grantham makes the catch, but will be wrapped up at the 20-yard line. In making the tackle was Darrell Harris. Brings up 3rd down, as they say that Grantham's knee and the ball was stopped at the 21-yard line. Bring up 3rd and 6 for Martinsburg. 2:45 to go in the 4th. It is Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg nothing. Bagent in at quarterback. Grantham lined up to his left in shotgun formation. 3 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Bagent drops back the pass, looks to the receiver on the right side. It's Jameer Hunter, and it's intercepted in the back of the end zone by Highland Springs. 2:29 to go in the 4th, and Highland Springs will get the ball right back, as making the interception was number 21, Brandon Thomas.
It was essentially a one-on-one situation there. Jameer Hunter, the corner for Highland Springs, just kind of a 50-50 ball, throwing it up. It's not really his biggest strength, Hunter is, when it comes to just going up at the highest point of attack and trying to catch the ball in a jump ball situation. He's more of a guy that get it over the top and then dump it in the bucket to him. So, I mean, they're just shooting for the end zone there, try to get any points up on the board.
It'll be 1st and 10 Highland Springs after the interception for a touchback. Puts the ball on the 20-yard line for Highland Springs. 2:29 to go in the 4th. Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg nothing. We wait for everybody to come out for the Springers. Looks like a new quarterback in as well. Trying to see who's in at quarterback, but Martinsburg able to stop the running back for a loss on the play. Or is that the quarterback keeper? It's a number 15, but I don't have a 15 on the roster. Out of all the players on here going from 0 to 99 number-wise.
15 is one of the few we don't have.
15 is one of the few that I do not have. But lined up behind him is Javon Robinson. Minute 48 to go. Clock winding down. It is 2nd and 14. High snap. Rolling out to the left side.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg.
Before eventually being sacked. And it's Wes Hancock getting the sack for a loss of a yard. Clock at 1:20 in the 4th quarter and winding down. Brings up 3rd down for Highland Springs. 15 yards to go. The ball spotted on the Springers' 14-yard line.
You know, this is going to be a very angry week for the Bulldogs. They are not going to take this loss lightly, I'm sure.
2 receivers to each side. Number 15 lined up behind him is Robinson. It's a read option to the near side. And in to make the tackle for Martinsburg is Ken Von Williams. Clock stops with 40 seconds to go as Martinsburg will take its final timeout to try and get one last drive put together, try to end the night on a positive note as they trail Highland Springs 34 4-0. Will fall to 3-1 on the season.
It's just a tough game all throughout. Like we said, the first half, they go down 20-0. There were some things they could have cleaned up. They had 3 turnovers, an interception, 2 fumbles. But for the most part, Highland Springs just was running the ball really well with Christian Martin. He was making some good throws here and there. There wasn't a lot of defense rhythm on offense that they were able to get going with the really, really impressive Highland Springs defensive front.
Dent on to punt for Highland Springs. Hunter back to return for Martinsburg. Ball on the 14-yard line. Snap to Dent, and it'll be a high punt that will shanked out of bounds, and they're going to mark it being out of bounds at the 26-yard line. So only a 12-yard punt will make it 1st and 10 Martinsburg with 36 seconds to go in this fourth quarter. It's 34-0. Highland Springs on top of the Bulldogs. But Martinsburg wants to put some points on the board as the starters back out. It's Ezra Bajent in at quarterback. Hunter, the receiver, all by himself on the near side. Musgrove, Blackwood, as well as Dover will be the receivers on the left side, the far side of the field, that is, with Zion Grantham in at running back to the left of Bajent in shotgun formation. Bajent drops back to pass, looks towards the middle of the field. On the left side of the field, finds Dominic Brinkley. That's actually not Dover. I did not see the one on the left side. It's Brinkley making the catch at the 15-yard line, and it's just shy of a first down unless they gave him the first down because the clock's not winding down, but the head official now saying it is 20 seconds to go. Hurry up offense for Martinsburg, trying to get things going to try to punch it into the end zone. Bajent drops back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, throws it towards the backside of the end zone, and Musgrove, did he get it? No. It just hit the ground. It almost looked like he was able to score a touchdown, and it looks like he might be hurt. Sarad Musgrove on the far sideline. Can't really see him because of the Martinsburg marching band on the field, but with 7.3 seconds left, it is 3rd and 10. Highland Springs leads Martinsburg 34-0. And that's the negative side of deciding to try to punch it into the end zone with your starters, is possible injuries. And
yep, that's the downside of things.
Fortunately, though, for Martinsburg, Musgrove is back up on his feet, walking on his own power, and seems to be okay.
We'll say just before that play, I saw that the Highland Springs sideline went and dumped the Gatorade on their head coach. So obviously they consider this a very big win for their program.
Looks like Martinsburg just wants to say they didn't get shut out, so they're going to attempt a field goal. 32-yard kick for Brett Terwilliger on the left hash. The kick is up. And the kick right down the middle, and good. Makes it 34-3 with the applause on Martinsburg's side of the field with 2 seconds left. Martinsburg does put points up, but we'll keep it here for the kickoff. And even though they did score, they still end up losing 34-3 unless something crazy happens in these final 2 seconds. Clearly some bad blood between these two teams. A rivalry kind of growing between the #1 team in Virginia and Highland Springs, the #1 team in West Virginia in Martinsburg, and the Springers getting the best of Martinsburg tonight at Coburn Field.
Yeah, obviously we saw last year that the Bulldogs were able to go to their home field and get out a win, that only being a 1-point game over on that side. So for these teams to trade wins back and forth on the road certainly makes for quite a rivalry that could end up continuing into the future.
Martinsburg's Brett Terwilliger will kick off from the near hash mark on the 40-yard line. And Highland Springs is having the hands team out, expecting an onside kick by Brett Terwilliger with 2 seconds to go in this fourth quarter. Terwilliger, little onside kick to the far side of the field. It bounces, and Xerxes Yancey lays the boom, and Martinsburg might have recovered it. Jimmy Harden has the ball, but with the clock expiring, that's the last play of the game. So your final score is Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg 3, as both teams will meet at midfield to shake hands. Martinsburg falls to 3-1 on the season. Highland Springs improves to 4-0. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll be back for your Palace Lounge post-game show. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body. I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop, as we'll now welcome you into the post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Final score, Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg 3, as the Bulldogs lose at home for the first time this season, falling to 3-1 on the year. Highland Springs with the win improves to 4-0 on the year, as well as it looks like we're also going to get a performance during the post-game show from the Velocity Dance Team from Martinsburg, possibly, as well as the Highland Springs Marching Band, who made the trip from the Richmond area, as we are currently waiting for Spencer Dupuis to be able to get Britt Sherman, who's still talking with the Martinsburg Bulldogs in the huddle on the left side of the field at the 25-yard line. And it was a tough night for Martinsburg, Dylan.
It really was, all around. Highland Springs just came out here and was really, really electric on all three phases of the game. Athletic all around. Really big up front on the offensive and defensive line. It was tough for the Bulldogs to get much of anything going on offense. Running the ball, especially at halftime, Murphy Clement had 10 carries for 3 total yards. He was stuffed in the backfield 4 times in just the first half. It was really, you take away some bright spots, it might have mostly been on the defensive side. You got a little bit of good stuff throwing the ball from Murphy Clement. He had even though he only threw the ball 5 times. But I mean, at least Jameer Hunter had another game where he showed off his big game ability with his big playmaking, where he had a 64-yard reception from Azerbaijan early in the game. But after that, I mean, even for him, Highland Springs was able to close him off with their athletic secondary. So the defensive line for the Bulldogs, I think, was the bright spot. So I think that was the thing that you can take away from this game and say that I think you can really build on from there. Your defensive line continued to look great, and you can run the ball, or you can stop the run.
Alrighty, it looks like Martinsburg's post-game huddle has concluded, so let's now send it down to Spencer Dupuis, who's joined by head coach Britt Sherman.
Coach Sherman and Coach, obviously, tough loss tonight for your team. What is your team take away from this?
Well, first of all, coaches lose games, and players win games. So, I've got to do a better job putting a better product on the field, and that's just the way it is. I mean, these guys fought tonight. They played really good against they played okay against a really, really good team. But they didn't play well at times because we didn't have them prepared to do so. So we need to get them prepared better, and hopefully we learn a lesson. It's not a loss, it's a lesson, and then hopefully we can just build on it.
All right, Coach, we'll just have this shortened interview. Thanks for the time and best of luck this week.
Thanks for covering, guys.
As the Highland Springs marching band kind of cutting off our interview there, just raiding the field and stopping Spencer and Coach Sherman short, but might have been for the better as we get to see the Springers marching band. Pretty decent-sized band, but let's continue our Palace Lounge post-game show, and are you ready for the post-game stats, Dylan?
I can get you most of these stats here. We had a pretty good game on the Highland Springs side. We saw Chris Martin for the Highland Spring side have 214 yards passing on 6 of 14 attempts. He had 1 touchdown through the air, and then on the ground for himself, he was able to get 3 touchdowns with his 8 carries that he ended up having 73 yards on. And then we had 13 carries for 51 yards and 1 touchdown for Aziz Foster Powell. And then some big receiving nights for Highland Springs, 3 catches and 113 yards for Jenkins. And then Ferguson had 2 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown. On the Martinsburg side, Azerbaijan finished things out 9 for 18 with 128 yards, 2 interceptions. Murphy Clement was 2 for 5 with 12 yards through the air. He ended up also having 14 carries for 15 yards. That shows you the Highland Springs run defense. Zion Grantham, 5 carries for 21 yards. Then you had Jameer Hunter with 80 yards on 4 catches. Wasn't able to get into the end zone. So that shows you this Highland Springs team was very impressive tonight.
Alrighty, let's take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break we'll have our final segment of the Palace Lounge post-game show, in which we'll give out our awards of the game. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Goldilocks.
Brr, this place is like too cold. They must have a heat pump. Whatever. It's like too hot in this house. They must have a wood stove or something. Ew, I'm like sweating. This house is like just right.
Call Roach Energy at 304-263-3329 for warm propane and heating oil that's just right.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Dylan Bishop as the final score was Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg 3, as we are being continuously serenaded by the Highland Springs marching band out on the field. But it's now time to give our awards for this evening's game, and we'll start with the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Go to 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or orsinis.com.
I'll have to give this one to Highland Springs and Karen Ferguson, his 83-yard touchdown that he had at the beginning of the second half. That really just ended up being the final nail in the coffin for the Bulldogs tonight. I think that was pretty clearly, it's the longest play of the game on either side, so I think that's the one you got to go with there.
Alrighty, how about the collision of the game?
I think this is the one I can give to the Bulldogs here, because he had a nice sack there towards the end of the game by Wes Hancock that he was able to get some positive forward momentum for the Bulldogs going into next week.
Your collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. Let's now go to the Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game.
This one I'll go ahead and I'll give to Jakiri Henley for Highland Springs, 54-yard catch that he had in the first half. That it was only a third down, I believe. It was a long developing play that came in Highland Springs' way, and they threw it back to the flat, and they were able to take it down right before the halftime and get themselves in field position again.
And again, your Good Hands catch of the game brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596. Stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. And our final award on the Palace Lounge post-game show, tonight's Player of the Game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Go to bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
I think this one it has to be Christian Martin, the quarterback for Highland Springs. 6 for 14, 214 yards and a touchdown through the air, and he had himself just a really great game on the ground as well, where he had just over 80 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground for himself to go with his one through the air. He was clearly the most dynamic player on the Highland Springs offense when it came to running the ball. So he was the one that controlled this game on offense for the Springers.
And that'll be that on the Palace Lounge post-game show. Final score, Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg 3. Tune in tomorrow for some Shepherd Rams football, as Shepherd will be at home against the California University of Pennsylvania Vulcans. Pre-game show at 11:30 from Ram Stadium. Kickoff at noon. It will be Nick Verzolini along with Travis Smith on the call. And you can tune into that one on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. For our crew in Braden Schaffner, as well as Caden Kemp, Donald Kinney, John Alderton, who we are glad to have back on the crew, Spencer Dupuis, Donna Schaffner, as well, our executive producer, and Dylan Bishop. I'm Colin McLaughlin, signing off from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. On the other side of this, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with the Extra Point post-game scoreboard show. Our final score, Highland Springs 34, Martinsburg 3. Until next week, have a good evening, everybody.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Welcome into the Extra Point post-game scoreboard show. I'm Nick Verzolini. Tough one for the Bulldogs tonight as Martinsburg falls 34-3 against Highland Springs of Virginia. Just not the outcome Martinsburg wanted, and we'll see if they can bounce back next week against Hedgesville, who also took a loss tonight, 49-21. To the number 3 team in the state, the Morgantown Mohegans. Some other EPAC scores. Musselman gets a big win over Sherando tonight, 30-26. Back and forth football game there, and the Applemen pull it out late to get the 3-1 on the season with the win over Sherando. Jefferson heads to Spring Mills and gets that bounce-back victory that the Cougars have been looking for, and really that complete game with a shutout win, 33-0 over number 14 Spring Mills. Washington, unfortunately, falls to 0-4 with a 49-7 loss. Some of these scores around the state just got updated. In particular, that Parkersburg South one that you're seeing, you might have saw at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on TV. Ted, I'm going to change it for you on the graphic. It is about to go final. Parkersburg South's going to get that win as we head to some scores around the state of West Virginia. It's 48-7 there. That was updated, though, in the third quarter. So a lot of time either remaining or still needing to update that score completely. Rest of the scores from around the state, Hurricane was leading Spring Valley 28-25, but that has changed as well. Spring Valley has taken the lead now 31-28. Wheeling Park University, that game is 21-20 in the third, last updated. Hampshire gets a win over Parkview, Virginia, 49-0. So a potential winnable game next week for the Washington Patriots, because they'll play Parkview, and we'll see if Washington can get its first win of the season against Parkview next week. And then some scores, or another score here, Frankfort, another kind of regional game. Frankfort beats Berkeley Springs tonight, 45-14. So we'll pull those EPAC scores back up for you on the people watching at home, and we'll now run down all the scores from around the state. Not certain what happened with this North Marion Brook game, but it was a pretty big one, a AA North Marion being the number 3 team and number 15 Brook, but no score was reported there throughout the night. Huntington crushing George Washington, and this is why we said on the Sports Mix, these first rankings don't mean anything at this point because the Highlanders are going to be there. They're not currently ranked, but they won 50-7 tonight over GW. Other scores, good one between Bluefield, AA Bluefield, and Woodrow Wilson. Might be headed to overtime there, 27-all in the fourth quarter. Buchanan Upshur falls to John Marshall. Unranked John Marshall improves to 2-2. They're up 55-7 now. That one just got updated for you. In Oak Hill, Lincoln County, no score was reported there. Marietta, Ohio beats Ripley tonight, 14-0. That's a final score. Cabell Midland was leading South Charleston at halftime, 41-0. Capital led St. Albans heading into the fourth quarter, 25-0. And Storts Draft, Virginia beats Greenbrier East tonight, 14-3. Moving on to AA scores. Frankfort, we already mentioned that one. They beat Berkeley Springs tonight, 45-14. Last night, Bridgeport beats Fairmont Senior, 24-21. That's AAA Bridgeport over AA Fairmont Senior. They were tied for number 1 with Frankfort, so Bridgeport gets that win to improve to 3-1. Roane County beats Lewis County tonight, 46-14. Independence of West Virginia beats Shady Springs, 68-0 tonight. Nicholas County over Lincoln, 24-21. Scott beats Point Pleasant, 21-14. Logan over Polka, 49-20. Kaiser falling to Beaver Local of Ohio, 24-10 in the fourth quarter. Chapmanville beats Nitro tonight, 47-0. Winfield improves to 2-1 with a 27-14 win over Wayne Weir. Beats Martins Ferry, Ohio, or led Martins Ferry, Ohio in the fourth quarter, 21-12. No score reported between Sissonville and Clay County. The Man Hillbillies, single A, leading Mingo Central, 28-14. East Fairmont, the Bees, bouncing back from a loss to Hedgesville to get their second win of the season, 42-6 over Braxton County. Robert C. Byrd knocks off Elkins tonight, 49-7. Pendleton County over Grafton, 34-12 in the fourth quarter. Philip Barber beats Liberty Harrison, 35-10 tonight. Oak Glen and Toronto of Ohio, no score reported there. Pike View and West Side, that one was 7-0 in the third quarter. We'll head to Class A football. Wheeling Central, 45. Shady Side, Ohio, 7. That's a final score for you. East Ridge of Kentucky and Tug Valley, no score reported. Van beats Tulsa tonight, or led Tulsa tonight in the fourth quarter, 28-10. Looks like it's going to be a win for number 2 Van. Number 5, Doddridge County, 40. Calhoun County, zip. Madonna and Vienna Matthews, no score. Well, that's because no score. It's a Saturday game. Petersburg leads Pocahontas County, 40-18 in the fourth quarter. Lama over South Harrison in the fourth quarter, 27-22. Good one there. Magnolia and Cameron, no score reported between those two schools. Cameron, though, is 3-0. Magnolia is 0-3. I would expect the Dragons, I believe they are, the Cameron Dragons, to get that win. Greenbrier West leads Webster County, or beats Webster County tonight, 61-0. James Monroe and Meadow Bridge, no score reported between those two schools. Ritt County all over Ravenswood, 63-7. Craig County, Virginia, and Montcalm, no score reported between those two schools. Strasburg, Virginia, beats up on Moorfield tonight, 40-0 the score in the fourth quarter. Clay Battelle gets a win over Bealsville, Ohio, 41-8. Valley and Frontier, Ohio, no score reported between those two schools. Midland Trail beats Richwood 51-0, the final score there. Badon City 30-0 over Parkersburg Catholic. 100 and Richwood, that game was postponed and will be played on Monday. Hurley, Virginia, and Riverview, no score between those two schools. Liberty, Raleigh, and Sherman, no score reported there. St. Mary's beats up on Ritchie County 67-18, the final there. Summers County cruising to a victory against Mount View, 45-14, the score in the fourth quarter. Trinity leading Hancock of Maryland, or beating Hancock of Maryland tonight, 66-14. East Hardy gets a win over Tigris Valley, 63-0, and Tyler Consolidated leads Gilmore County in the fourth quarter, 42-14. So again, as Colin mentioned, we will have Shepherd Rams football for you tomorrow. Kickoff is set for noon. Pregame coverage beginning at 11:30 on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube only, not on the radio side of things. On the radio, though, you can listen to West Virginia Mountaineers football. They begin at 1 p.m. against Towson. Mountaineers looking for their first win of the season. And, of course, on Sunday, we'll have Washington Commanders football for you. They head to Detroit as underdogs for the first time. Detroit favorited for the first time in 24 games. So, interesting matchup there on Sunday for the Commanders. So you can listen to those two games on Talk Radio WRNR, and of course Shepherd will be on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube only. But once again, your final score tonight from the game you tuned into: Highland Springs 34-3, and then some other EPAC scores real quick once more for you. Musselman beats Sharando 30-26. Jefferson beats Spring Mills 33-0. Washington loses to Independence of Virginia 49-7, and Morgantown beats Hedgesville 49-21. So that'll do it for us. And again, hope we see you tomorrow as Hedgesville. Why am I talking about Hedgesville? Shepherd plays host to Cal U, but that does it for the Extra Point Scoreboard Show.
Located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, The Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, The Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.